guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The FBI says DNA from a glove found near Nancy Guthrie's Arizona home appears to match a glove worn by a man seen on surveillance video. A person of interest was detained and later released. The search for Guthrie is now entering its third week. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is reassuring European leaders that the U.S. remains committed to its alliances.
We're not leaving NATO. We're not leaving. I mean, we may move a couple thousand troops from one country to another, but this has always been the case. This has always happened.
While speaking in Slovakia, Rubio said the U.S. does not feel threatened by NATO strengthening its capabilities and emphasized that America wants Europe as a partner, not dependent on Washington. He traveled to Slovakia and Hungary following the Munich Security Conference for regional security talks. Senator Thom Tillis, a retiring Republican from North Carolina, criticized top Trump advisors on Face the Nation, saying Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem are not helping President Trump's legacy on immigration and border policy.
These are people that don't look around corners and are not taking care of this president's legacy, and I intend to. And if I have to speak bluntly, that's what I'm going to do in my remaining time in the Senate.
Tillis also defended his own record and urged Republicans to focus on pragmatic solutions as he wraps up his Senate career. Team USA fell short in women's alpine skiing Sunday in Cortina. Michaela Schifrin led the Americans with an 11th place finish in the giant slalom.
Beautiful to be competing here and have so much support, so I love that. I really love that.
Paula Moulton and Nina O'Brien placed 15th and 20th. Italy won the gold. Sweden and Norway took silver. Schifrin will return for Wednesday slalom. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $2.92. Mono County, California is up to $5.68. Oklahoma County, Oklahoma, $1.86. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
She's a maniac, maniac on the floor. And she's dancing like she's never danced before.
New research says that aerobic exercise may be the best kind for people with anxiety and depression.
The findings were published in the British Journal of Sports Medicine earlier this week and show that aerobic exercise such as walking, running, cycling, and swimming were best at reducing mental health symptoms. Researchers also found that group-based supervised exercise had the strongest effects on depression by giving structure and social connection. For anxiety, shorter, lower-intensity workouts were most effective. I'm Rob Martier.
Workers at a wastewater treatment plant in Jessamine County, Kentucky, rescued a deer that had fallen into a deep water tank. Employees lowered a ladder and helped the exhausted doe to climb out safely. Officials say the animal walked off on its own afterwards. They're reminding the public to be cautious around open facilities. Baby food sold nationwide is being recalled over a possible health risk.
Initiative Foods issued a recall for its Tippy Toes brand apple pear banana fruit puree over elevated levels of patchoulin. According to the FDA, patchoulin is a naturally occurring substance produced by molds that may grow in various fruits. Long-term exposure could lead to immune suppression, nerve damage, headache, fever, and nausea. No illnesses or injuries so far have been reported. I'm Lisa Carton.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Doesn't seem possible, but indeed it is. We're wrapping up the weekend. Just like that. So here we get back in the saddle again. Do it all over. kick off a Monday. Get it started here. Trust you had a good weekend as we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. We shall do the same from one coast to the next. As we roll into a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. A little foggy outside the secret bunker tonight. According to the Weather Service, a lot of folks going to be rolling in fog tonight. I'm looking at dense fog advisories through much of Arkansas, southern Missouri. Say the southern third of Illinois, Indiana, mostly south of, say, Indianapolis. A good chunk of Kentucky, Ohio, West Virginia, on up into western Pennsylvania. Foggy, foggy. Yeah, weather map's a little more active tonight, especially versus Friday. It was a very, very quiet morning around the nation. So indeed, we had our big weekend storm. It was kind of a rainy night 24 hours ago. I think it was right about this time where, especially down into parts of Louisiana, getting hammered by severe thunderstorms. I saw reports of if it holds true, 132 mile per hour straight line wind gusts with these storms down close to Lafayette, Louisiana last night as this big line of storms was plowing off to the east. What we see tonight is still some lingering showers. The tail end of that front, yet now moving into the southern portions of Florida. The rain held off for Daytona, indeed, able to get the Daytona 500 in before the rains ultimately did move in. Still some shower activity, pockets of heavier rain tonight, primarily eastern portions of Virginia, much of Maryland, and right about the Maryland-Pennsylvania line there is where we see a transition to some snow with the pocket of colder air that's hanging in there in eastern Pennsylvania. Snow actually falling in New York City tonight. I don't think it's going to amount to much. Let's see if we have any advisory. Not enough to even prompt winter weather advisories. Just watch for some possible slick spots on the bridges and overpasses primarily. But what the good news for those who are sick and tired of old man winter, relief is finally in sight. For millions who've been shivering for weeks on end, from the plains to the mid-Atlantic, as a major warm-up pushes temperatures toward possibly some record levels in some areas. For many areas in the mid-Atlantic, this is going to be the most sustained stretch of warmer weather since that string of abnormally warm days back in early January. Spring-like air is going to expand to the north and east across the middle of the country through the early portions of the new week here. During the peak of the warm-up coming up Monday and Tuesday, temperatures rising 20 to 30 degrees above average from Oklahoma City to Des Moines, Iowa. And we're translating widespread highs in 60s and 70s across the Plain States for today. By Tuesday, temperatures in the 80s will spread throughout western and central Texas, extending north into parts of western Kansas. We could break some dozens of record highs during this early spring preview. First, as the warm builds, we'll see dry, gusty winds sweeping across the high plains, increasing the risk of wildfire and rapid spread. Potentially the greatest danger is going to be targeting areas that were mostly missed by the weekend rainfall. That includes parts of the Texas Panhandle, northward into parts of western Nebraska. And we do see those red flag warnings through eastern portions of Colorado, eastern New Mexico, right there through the Texas, Oklahoma Panhandle region, southwestern portions of Oklahoma. The winds are going to really begin kicking. Further north, there's going to be a dividing line separating the building warmth to the south and kind of a lingering chill across the northern tier Areas of snow, ice, and maybe some rain could traverse this boundary by the middle of this week. This sharp variation in temperature is going to be, say, just north of Chicago, where you're going to see several days with highs in the 60s this week. Snow and ice will be confirmed to the northern plains, upper Midwest, the Great Lakes, and the interior Northeast. South of that area, temperatures are going to be well above historical average with less precipitation. AccuWeather tells us temperatures are poised to trend upward across the mid-Atlantic and the Southeast, following the weekend storm that brought a swath of snow to parts of the Northeast, and we saw soaking rains and even some severe weather in the Southeast. But this surge of warmer air, bringing temperatures as high as near 60 degrees, places like Pittsburgh toward midweek. If you do indeed reach 60, that'd be the warmest day since January 9th when you saw 66 degrees. Washington, D.C., you may flirt with the 60 mark on Tuesday and Wednesday as well. The warm air faces a little more resistance further to the north. That warm-up kind of blunted by the chilly air mass that's going to be stubborn, trying to hang in there across New England. While cities like D.C. are basking in warmer weather, Boston, you're going to struggle to get near 40 degrees. As that warm air impacted by more resistance, that fluctuating temperature could increase the risk of ice jams and ice flooding along many secondary rivers, streams in the Midwest and the Northeast. For those in the southeastern portions of the country, many days with highs in the 70s to even lower 80s will be occurring. Some records could also be challenged there by later this week. The change in the weather pattern, warming in the east, Old Man Winter has returned with a vengeance out west, where we see winter storm warnings, winter weather advisories, stretching through portions of Southern California, most of Nevada. Storm warnings, obviously, for the Sierra Nevada. A big plume of moisture is going to be making its way inland across the West Coast, bringing with it multiple hazards this week, ranging from localized flooding and severe thunderstorms to feet of snow in the mountains and gusty winds. We'll break down the West Coast forecast coming up here. I did see there was a notice, I think Horse Feathers sent that my way. In some areas, they're actually ordering some evacuations as they anticipate heavy rains impacting some of the burn scar areas. And mudslides, mud flows, flooding are going to be a concern there in parts of the Los Angeles basin, they tell us. But out of the box, there's Pappy, ready to roll. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour. And it was a crash, boom, bang at the finish line. 499.5 yardstick for the Daytona 500. Congratulations to Tyler Reddick, number 45 in the Toyota, crossing the checkered flag in one piece. That was one boring race, pretty much till the last 5 laps. All this, who's going to pit? When are they going to pit? I'm sure Braindead can fill us in with his expertise. There's more than one prognosticator out there, a.k.a. prostate examiner. Until then, start your engines, nocturnal listeners. Let's get the new week started. Indeed, Gary is on board, getting things underway here on a Monday. Hello, Michael. What's up, people? Marianne in the house. On down the line, Tank. Where are we at? Good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Happy Monday. Hope everybody had a good weekend there. It's pretty short and sweet for us as well, but we're back in the saddle. 48 degrees in Stanton, Tennessee. Headed down to Memphis, so we'll get a set and head back out west. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed Monday. Good afternoon. Larry, hammer down 34 degrees at the New York, New Jersey state line tonight. Headed for Hartford, Connecticut. Coffee cups full. It is time to ride. Here we go. Morning, Plowboy. Kansas City, Missouri. Man, it's Monday already. A little shout out to our new affiliate in Lubbock, Texas. Congratulations to the Texas Tech Red Raiders. Number 16 beating number 1 Arizona overtime in men's basketball. All right, I'll check in later as we get the new week started. Everybody stay safe and God bless. Hello, Josh, checking in from Knightstown, Indiana. The fog is thick here. All right, right in those fog advisory areas. Ice Cream Man is on board. Good morning. Hello from Bob in Michigan. There's the sharp-dressed man, a.k.a. Pat. Morning, Steve. Happy President's Day. That's right. It is an extended weekend, right? So I guess what? No banks, no mail. I think the grandkids have a 3-day weekend. No school today. I almost forgot about that. Sorry I missed Dean Michael last week. I was having computer issues and I couldn't get on with you guys. I don't know if Dean told you. He and I are now kind of working together on Tax Help MD. Dean promoted me up to their national sales director, primarily due to my over 40 proven successful years of sales, marketing, and sales management experience, plus my matching big rig and love for trucking expertise. It's a perfect match. All right. He did not, I don't think he mentioned that. I know he had anticipated maybe hearing from you. You did come up in the conversation. All right, good to have you on board there, sharp-dressed man. Jerry checks in from Kokomo. Had some sunshine, beautiful day Sunday. Thank you to Hot Shot Secret for putting the Steve Summers Overnight Drive on the air for all of us to enjoy. Tell them you love them every chance. Let's see, Captain Cliff checking in. Morning, Steve, in Romulus, Michigan tonight. Been a while since we heard from you there, Captain Cliff. Hope you're doing all right. I know you're doing your karaoke thing. I see your posts on Facebook there. Hello, Rockpick. Good morning, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. Currently at the Rochester International Airport, overcast 29 degrees. Happy Monday, all you hardworking Americans. Stay safe out there. Very good. And we got a couple of other here we'll get to coming up, rolling into a Monday. It's 844-844-3388. Good to have you on board. Kicking off a greatest day of the week.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Yeah, I'm sure you notice the Weekends do surely go by very quick. And Valentine's Day weekend was no exception. Oh, by the way, I hope you all had a wonderful Valentine's Day. All right, let's take a look out west. Promised we'd break down what's going to be a very busy pattern. After weeks being dominated by weather that was pretty much dry, warmer than average, we've seen the transition to a stormier pattern, a clear change for the region. Water levels statewide are running about half their typical mid-February levels. Now, while the incoming storms may create some hazards, they will offer much-needed moisture for the region. It's going to be a wet week across California as a series of storms slams into the state. Multiple inches of rain will fall across much of the state. Several feet of snow for the Sierra Nevada. This week, forecasters say that 3 separate storms are set to track into the west. The rain associated with the first storm started moving ashore this past day, while the core of that storm's energy begins to shift inland here on Monday. A second storm diving south and east from the Pacific Northwest Monday night to Tuesday night. That brings in another wave of soaking rain. And then by late week, the third final storm expected on Thursday. That one expected to focus on the central coast and portions of southern California. Altogether, cumulative rainfall amounts 1 to 2 inches across Southern California and the Central Valley, 2 to 4 inches along the Central Coast and into Northern California. Some enhancement could push localized amounts in excess of 4 inches in the Sierra and the adjacent higher terrain. So on top of the deluge of moisture this week, forecasters also warning about the risk for some robust thunderstorms in northern portions of the Central Valley, as well as coastal areas of Southern California. As this first storm moves in today, thunderstorms are expected to develop across the LA Basin. These storms could trigger flash flooding, especially in urban areas and near some of the burn scar areas. Gusty winds cannot rule out even an isolated tornado. Severe weather not expected to be widespread, but the risk zone includes densely populated areas from San Luis Obispo County through San Diego County. Any storm that intensifies could produce some damaging winds, a lot of lightning. So residents need to stay alert for rapidly changing conditions here on Monday. They note that there could be rumbles of thunder as the rain shifts across central California, with a separate risk of maybe spin-ups around the Sacramento Valley. Now, as the jet stream then takes a nosedive along the west coast, that brings in cooler conditions. That's going to follow any moisture that spreads into the higher terrain, and that's going to fall in the form of snow. And it may be in notable amounts. An abundance of cold air will bring in snow levels dropping down to about 4,000 feet by Wednesday. This week's pattern is going to bring travel impacts significant to some of the passes, including I-80 over Donner. Between now and Thursday, 3 to 4 feet of snow, with the heaviest period likely to be Monday night through Tuesday. Now, snowfall totals on the order of feet will be disruptive for the region. There could be some long-term benefits that come out of this. The snowpack is running well below average for this time of year with all the dry weather we saw in January and early February. This active pattern could also close several passes out west. All passes across the Sierra could be closed at some point in time between Monday and Wednesday. Donner may be closed at multiple locations. Forecasters warn snow levels are expected to drop to the 2,000 to 3,000 feet levels and even lower in some areas from now to midweek. as that moisture pushes southward with each storm from Tuesday to Thursday. There's going to be more than one opportunity for the precipitation to fall as snow in the mountains of Southern California, particularly surrounding the Los Angeles basin there. Locations that could be impacted by snow, the Tehachapi Mountains near the Grapevine along I-5, as well as the San Gabriel and San Bernardino Mountains. Events this week could be the first notable accumulated snow of the season for some of that region. Travel through the Grapevine. That corridor could potentially be slick if snow develop. Motorists headed into the San Gabriel and San Bernardino ranges will encounter winter driving conditions as well. Travelers' weather around the country. Hey, we got a lot to cover as we get a new week underway. Of course, see what's on your mind. Around the country, it's 844-844-3388. First news on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, brought to you by Industrial Injection. Fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, and complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can keep it working. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The FBI says forensic testing links a glove found near Nancy Guthrie's home to a man seen on surveillance footage. Authorities say the investigation remains active. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says Democrats will push ahead with reforms to immigration and customs enforcement. That includes banning agents from wearing masks.
They need to stop the violence. And the question that Americans are asking is, why aren't Republicans going along with these common sense proposals? They're not crazy. They're not way out. They're what every police department in America does.
While speaking on CNN's State of the Union, Schumer called ICE a rogue force that must be reined in as funding for the Department of Homeland Security lapsed amid a partisan battle over immigration policy. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $2.92. Mono County, California is up to $5.68, while Oklahoma County, Oklahoma, $1.86. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Can we say hello to Jeffrey there, Southern Florida, checking in. Probably looking to see a little bit of that rain overnight tonight down in your neck of the woods. Apparently, you could really use it. I was seeing where 90-some% of Florida is considered to be in drought, so they really needed some of that rain. They got this past day, probably not enough to eliminate the drought, but it's been dry in the Sunshine State. Meanwhile, Buckeye Boy checking in. Ackworth, Georgia tonight, 51 degrees. Yeah, we got a little rain yesterday. We need more. Had a great time with the grandkids over the weekend. Did some paperwork. Doing some paperwork now. Listening to the king of nighttime airwaves. Thank you very much. All right, had some repairs on the trucks this past week. Everybody's up and running. And, of course, at the same time, my bank account is a whole lot lighter. All right, hope you had a great weekend, everybody. Be careful out there. Double trucker, 37 degrees, foggy in Lodi this morning. We'll tune in later on the way back to Western New York. They're on the home of free speech. Rumble. All right, thanks for checking in. Yeah, Michael says, has Minneapolis calmed down yet? Seems like this whole Guthrie thing has kind of taken over all the media coverage. Well, that would be correct. I'm not seeing hardly any coverage out of Minneapolis. But I think things really have calmed down. Homan last week said they're going to be pretty much exiting Minneapolis in the not-too-distant future. But all the jails were working with them, releasing those illegals in custody to ICE, which has made a big difference. It's a whole lot easier to go into a secured location like that to apprehend, take them into custody for deportation, than it is trying to go door to door out there in the streets, as they had been having to do for so many weeks, and one at a time try to round up the criminals. But how about the Daytona 500? I'm not sure if we'll hear from Eagle this morning. He's probably having to get some rest at some point in time after what was probably a pretty long day there in Daytona. Looks like they had a good crowd. All things considered, And how about Michael Jordan's team? Driving for Michael Jordan's team is definitely a dream come true, and Tyler Reddick knows it all too well. The NBA legend seems to be Reddick's good luck charm. In the 2024 Cup Series race at Homestead, Miami, Reddick put together one of the most memorable performances to date, starting on the pole and ending the race with the victory. While he did not start from the pole this past day, he sure did Team Jordan proud. I know, it's last year, really hard for all of us, hard for me. When you're a Cup driver and you get to this level and you drive for Michael Jordan, it's expected you're going to win every single year. Now, pressing on that drought that we did, we really took a hard look in the mirror, and we're really proud of everyone. Speaking after the race, the Daytona 500 win was a masterclass in timing, patience, and opportunistic racing. This year's race saw a chaotic final stage, multiple drivers swapping the lead, several accidents rattling the field. Reddick quietly moving his way through the pack, positioning himself near the front as the laps were ticking down. With just 4 laps remaining, he was in the top 5, ready to capitalize on any opening that would come his way. As the white flag waved, he was perfectly situated between the leaders, Carson Hocevar and Michael McDowell. The intense 3-wide racing set the stage for quite the drama. A multi-car incident unfolded in those closing moments, taking several of the front runners out of contention, which Reddick seized that opportunity, navigating through all the chaos with precision and composure. So it all came down, pretty much to those final few laps, as Pappy said. Just in this day, it's pretty typical of the super speedways. Everybody just kind of gets in line, positions themselves. You can't win unless you're there at the end. So they all just, you settle in and put the miles in the books. And then when push comes to shove, it's every driver for themselves, all right? So congratulations there. It is 844-844-3388. Phone lines open here on a Monday. Michael checking in. Morning all. Checking in from, Cadiz, Ohio. Our main refinery is down, and it is hours wait time at the other ones. Nevertheless, we've got foggy conditions, 30s over yonder. I'll start my weekend about 4:30 this morning. Hope everybody has a great day. Be careful out there. Be grateful for the little things. I don't know, when it comes to the trucking industry, 3-day weekend, President's Day coming our way. Yeah, I'm sure there's some businesses that would otherwise be taking deliveries or pickups that will not be open today. But for the most part, it's a federal holiday, right? Officially referenced as Washington's birthday at the governmental level, celebrated on the 3rd Monday of February. It's often celebrated to honor all those who have served as presidents of the United States, and since 1879 has been the federal holiday honoring the founding father George Washington, who led the Continental Army to victory in the Revolutionary War, presided at the Constitutional Convention of 1787, served as the first U.S. president from 1789 to 1797. So it's an official state holiday in most states under various names. Depending on the specific law, the state holiday may officially celebrate Washington alone, Washington and Abraham Lincoln, or some other combination of presidents, such as a Washington and Thomas Jefferson, who was actually born in April. But George Washington born February 22nd, 1732. His birthday was celebrated on this date from 1879 to 1970 to give federal employees a 3-day weekend. In 1968, the Uniform Monday Holiday Act moved it to the third Monday in February, which can occur anywhere between the 15th and the 21st, starting in 1971, soon becoming known as President's Day, an occasion to remember all U.S. presidents, to honor Abraham Lincoln and Washington's birthdays together, or any single president of choice. As many states followed suit, some states that had been celebrating Lincoln's birthday on February 12th kind of combined the two into President's Day. Lincoln led the nation through the American Civil War, preserved the Union, abolished slavery, bolstered the federal government, modernized the U.S. economy. Lincoln's birthday, though, February 12, was never a federal holiday, but nearly half the state governments have officially renamed their observances as President's Day. Washington and Lincoln Day, some call it, or other such designation. All right, around the country, different names for different states for what it's worth. But our number, 844-3388. The Guthrie case. All right, so they found the gloves, right, last week. A glove or a pair of gloves. And they now tell us DNA of an unknown male profile lifted from the glove, found, near Guthrie's home, actually 1.5 miles, nearly 2 miles away. Now, investigators lifted that DNA, a male profile, about 2 miles from the home. According to sources briefed on the investigation, that was confirmed by the FBI. The glove appears to generically match the kind of gloves that were worn by the suspect that was recorded on the doorbell camera. Pima County Sheriff tells ABC News that the DNA had been retrieved from multiple gloves. We've got DNA back, so that is of use. Now we have to go through and try to eliminate people or maybe make people. They had sent the gloves to a private lab in Florida last Thursday evening, arriving at that laboratory this past Friday. Now, they had received preliminary results from that lab on Saturday, and then were awaiting quality control and official confirmation on Sunday before putting the unknown male profile into a national database that's unique to the Bureau. It's known as the Combined DNA Index System, CODIS for short. Now, that process typically takes 24 hours from when the Bureau receives the DNA. Investigators, and I found this odd, investigators collected approximately 16 gloves in various areas near Guthrie's house. Most of the gloves, they say, were actually searchers' gloves that were discarded in various areas when they had combed through the area. The one glove with the DNA profile recovered is different from the other gloves found in the area. It appears to match the gloves of the subject in the surveillance video, we know. We're now entering week number 3 of her disappearance. And there's been some various individuals of interest taken in. There was another scenario that unfolded there. I was watching some of the coverage Saturday morning. A vehicle, 3 individuals, but they've all come back as, I guess, dead ends. Sources say that the investigators are now kind of leaning away from any relatives of Nancy Guthrie as suspects here. Yeah, the sources also said investigators are leaning away from both the man who was stopped in a car in Rio Rico last week and the man whose home was searched this past Friday night. However, as Pima County sheriffs spoke late on Friday, he said nobody is fully cleared until the actual kidnapper is in custody. Meanwhile, Savannah Guthrie reportedly is considering leaving her role as the host of NBC's flagship program, The Today Show, as this massive search wraps up week number 2. Of course, Savannah is perhaps maybe one of the most recognized faces in network news, first appearing on NBC back in 2007. Sources tell us that the exhaustive traumatization, this search for Nancy, has forced her to reconsider her position in the public eye. This absolutely came out of the blue, and I think she's really concerned that it was because of her job that her mother has come up missing. Savannah reportedly is a mess right now. Worried that past segments featuring her mother actually made Nancy vulnerable. Of course, the narrative remains law enforcement believing she was snatched from her home in the middle of the night. Obviously, the age, the health status have complicated the search. All right, so what else do we know here? There was a kind of a break that came earlier last week. We know when they had found the gloves, and then, of course, they were able to pull that previously lost surveillance footage. Not much else has changed. There were some false hope of an arrest that came Friday night when they detained multiple individuals at 2 separate locations in Tucson. SWAT teams actually raided a home near Nancy's property, and then the driver of a Range Rover was detained nearby. Authorities later said that the operation did not lead to any arrest. All right, it's 844-844-3388. That's where things stand. And, some of these reports I'm seeing say with the lack of any, really good leads. With each passing day, more and more, some are saying it could be years before they solve this case. There may never be a body recovered. There's just, too many unknowns at this point. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Coming up here, we'll get to some of our industry updates. Yeah, interesting when you have trucking actually making some mainstream news headlines. Yeah, the likes of the Daily Caller Foundation and the Western Journal over the weekend, kind of focusing in on what we've been covering pretty in-depth for months now, and that is the sheer number of illegal immigrants that are finding their way behind the wheels of 80,000-pound killing machines. As they explained it, thanks to a glaring loophole. But that's only the latest symptom of a trucking industry gutted by loose training, rock-bottom wages, and what has been, according to some, federal neglect. While California has larger, in some cases regulated driving schools to obtain non-domiciled commercial driver's licenses, there's a major loophole that has for years been allowing these small private schools to dominate the low-cost end of the market with almost no state oversight whatsoever. Explaining under California law, private trucking programs charging, say, $2,500 or less in tuition are actually exempt from the licensing and regulation by the Bureau of Private Post-Secondary Education. This is pretty much a big-time gray area where nearly 200 such schools can issue credentials with little, very little, if any, accountability whatsoever. Executive Vice President of the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, none other than Louis Pugh, told the DCNF that it's that lack of enforcement, part of the broader federal failure in trucking oversight. He argued that even the basic federal entry driver training requirements themselves are poorly enforced, which has allowed many inadequate programs to persist and produce unprepared drivers, rather foreign or domestic, that indeed pose true risks out there on the highways. And so we looked at this whole CDL thing back in, it was like 1991, 92. Yeah, they're supposed to make this all universal. Everybody had the same license, passed the same training, same thing. But the problem was we passed the licensing rule that the states did the application. We never really did anything with the training, and that's where the problem lies. It's crazy in California. A $2,500 tuition, unless you want it to be regulated. Yeah, so no matter if it's free, it has to be regulated. But this thing, it really needs to be regulated at the federal level to begin with, and it has to come down. Because, again, most people get CDLs and get trucking. They're crossing state lines, obviously. Yeah, we'll tell you more about what Louis had to say in the broader picture. How do we address this? First, we'll close out hour number one. Lines wide open at 844-844-3230. $33.88. News on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, brought to you by Industrial Injection, serving the likes of Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more. Fuel injection, turbochargers, complete engine solutions, the knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on. You can learn more at industrialinjection.com. All right, we close out the weekend. Good to have you with us on a Monday.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Investigators say DNA recovered from a glove near Nancy Guthrie's home is consistent with a glove worn by a suspect who was captured on video. Authorities stress no arrests have yet been made. The FBI continues canvassing the area as the disappearance stretches into week number 3. Congressman Thomas Massie says he has no confidence in former Florida Attorney General Pam Bondi over the handling of the Jeffrey Epstein files.
Ultimately, it's her who is responsible for the document production, according to our law. The Attorney General, it's not Todd Blanche, it's not the people below them. You can assign tasks to people, but you can't assign your responsibility.
Well, appearing on ABC's This Week, Massie criticized the Department of Justice for mistakes in document production and said more accountability is needed as the investigation continues. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries says dramatic changes are needed at the Department of Homeland Security before Congress passes a new funding bill pushing for reforms to immigration and customs enforcement after public outcry over controversial enforcement actions. He appeared on CBS's Face the Nation.
We know, and the American people clearly know, that ICE is totally out of control and they need to be reined in because the American people deserve immigration enforcement that is fair, that is just, and that is humane.
Democrats are seeking requirements such as body cameras, warrant rules, and limits on masks for agents, while Republicans argue those changes are impractical as a partial DHS funding lapse looms. The U.S. women's curling team rallied from a 2-point deficit to beat China 6-5 in Cortina. Curler Tabitha Peterson says teamwork has been key.
Trusting the sweepers and knowing that they know what the speed is. They tell me the time to throw, and I throw it.
Team USA improves 4-1 in the round robin and sits 1 win shy of first place, facing Italy on Monday as they aim for a top spot in the standings. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support. Not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Maryland lawmakers are considering House Bill 95, which would require both applicants for a marriage license to appear in person with identification before a clerk to help prevent fraud. Supporters say it strengthens safeguards against misuse and trafficking while allowing exemptions for military members and others with good cause. A new analysis finds Americans who live alone are paying a so-called singles tax.
Data from Zillow shows the typical apartment rent now tops $1,700 after rising 30% in the last 5 years. Zillow named it the singles tax after finding the national average that singles pay costs them an extra $10,000 a year. New Yorkers are paying the most, with apartment rents hovering around $4,000 a month, which results in a singles tax of over $23,000 a year. San Jose, California follows with a typical rent of over $3,200 a month and a singles tax of over $19,000 a year. I'm Lisa Carton.
Consumer prices rose less than expected in January.
The Labor Department reported the Consumer Price Index showed the core CPI rose 0.3% for the month. President Trump touted more good news on the cost of living. Gabe Gutierrez has that.
Inflation just dropped at 2.4% year over year, down from 2.7% last month. That's close to a 5-year low, beating expectations. Among the biggest price drops, the cost of gas and used cars.
Cooler than expected reading helped boost the outlook for a Federal Reserve interest rate cut later in the year. I'm Lisa Taylor.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, indeed. From time zone to time zone. And we close out the weekend. That's it. So we got us a Monday. The greatest day of the week. But for some, of course, most college campuses vary around the country. Some up, some running, some not. Most of the elementary, middle, high schools shuttered around the country. 3-day weekend. And I see Santa Claus checking in here. Top of the morning, 42 degrees, rainy. Here in Grass Valley, California. Up in the Sierra Nevada mountains. Here, Santa Claus. Thanks for the update. From the west coast to the east, Drummer Girl checks in from northeast Philly tonight. 34 degrees. It's still snowing. Had about an inch on the ground by 9 o'clock this past evening. The roads were mostly wet. All right, that's good. So right there around the freezing mark, any sort of treatment doing its job on the roads and whatnot there. Pappy chimes in, I guess, in regards to the Guthrie thing. Let's face it. Local and FBI has no clue who, what, how, why, and when. Well, maybe. The when, because they have a video, but that's about it. All right. I think Grump's going to chime in a bit on that. Let me finish up. We were talking about the licensing issue that we've covered rather in depth for quite some time, but even getting more mainstream coverage around the country. Kind of letting the general populace know how the trucking industry got where it is today. Louis Pugh kind of described what they call the Federal Entry-Level Driver Training Program, launched in 2022, which was the first real-time requirement for new truckers. Fundamentally ineffective. Applicants simply complete an online registration, find a registered trainer who needs only minimal qualifications, and have the trainer check off on the topics taught with no meaningful behind-the-wheel instruction even required. I mean, for example, I have 25 years' experience traveling miles without a truck. I could be a trainer. I could take you tomorrow, fill out the paperwork on the entry-level driver training. I can fill out to be your trainer. We could start on Saturday, Sunday. I can go down through and check off. I've taught you everything and hand it back to you. So if you can go past and pass the maneuverability test, driving around a cone, boom, you're a truck driver. That's how simple it is and how easy it is. So the trucking school not only can train you, but they can test you. You think they're going to fail? They're going to fail you after you give them a bunch of money? No, they're going to pass you. It's a bad system all the way around. Now, California's handling of the non-domiciled CDLs indeed has drawn intense federal scrutiny, with the FMCSA uncovering systemic policy, procedural, programming errors throughout the state's program. Matter of fact, audits found licenses issued to ineligible foreign nationals, including those whose legal presence had even lapsed, and validity periods extending well beyond their legal work authorization in the country. Violations have allowed unqualified drivers, including illegals, to operate massive commercial vehicles. Some of these accidents resulting in the deaths of others, as we know. I said, while these licenses and how they're obtained do pose a serious safety risk, they're just the latest symptom of a much larger, decades-old failure that begins at the federal level. Sky-high turnover, stagnant pay that have driven the qualified American drivers out of the profession. It all stems from the bigger problem about we're not training people. We're not preparing them for a career or a positive thing. We're treating them like a disposable commodity with drivers. That's all because we've preached for years and years about this so-called shortage that there's never been. It is a turnover problem. That's led us down this path of getting people behind the wheel or letting people start trucking companies overnight with really no looking into them or finding anything else. All that being said, That's led us to where we are. It's the reason we have all these people. We've taken a career that used to be a very well-paying middle-class job, and we've just ran it to the bottom on a race to the bottom to where nobody in this country even wants to do it. Major carriers routinely experiencing turnover rates exceeding 90% annually. This reflects deliberate business choices, not a labor shortage. Drivers are treated as interchangeable parts, pushed to maximize miles under the rigid hours of service, paid by the mile rather than by the hour, meaning that unpaid detention time at shippers and receivers eats into their earnings, encourage more risky behavior, trying to make up for lost income. I mean, can you imagine where you work? If you turned over 90% of your staff, your workers every year, how ineffective would you be? But trucking, that's the business model they found, because it puts profits over people. It puts profits over safety. That's why we're seeing all these accidents. Emphasizing that real wages for truck drivers have not kept pace with inflation since the 1970s, turning what was once a solid middle-class career into one that few Americans are willing to pursue. The constant push to keep the labor cost low has created a vicious cycle. Poor pay, poor conditions drive the turnover, which incentivizes bringing in less experienced drivers, including the non-domiciled CDL program that is right now under scrutiny. While the Trump administration's emergency restrictions on these non-domiciled CDLs, the sanctions against California, the new English proficiency requirement, have begun to address some of the most immediate safety concerns, industry advocates say deeper structural changes are still needed. OOIDA has pressed federal officials to strengthen the entry-level driver training requirements and improve oversight on the training providers. Back this past October, a letter to Congress and the Department of Transportation calling for mandatory behind-the-wheel training hours, urging the FMCSA to more quickly remove these non-compliant, inadequate programs from their training provider registry, particularly those that are tied to drivers involved in preventable fatal crashes. Now, he went on to describe the Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy's action on non-domiciled CDLs. That's an important step toward safer highways and more professional trucking industry as a whole. Now, whether these measures combined with potential future changes in upcoming highway reauthorization bills will resolve this long-standing problem of high turnover, stagnant wages, inconsistent training standards, that's still an open question for the regulators, the carriers, and the drivers out there. Yes, indeed. How did we get here? It was not an overnight thing, was it? Well, we got us a Monday, greatest day of the week. What's going on, Grump?
Oh, just not much. Just cruising down the road here, listening to you there, and I guarantee you 10 years from now they'll be talking about the same thing, the driver turnover rates and you know, the same crap they've been talking about. They're until they pull their head out of their butts and say this piecework pay crap and start paying guys for exactly what they do out here instead of what carriers want them to do. And when I say that, they want them to sit on their butts at a shipper or receiver for hours on end and just twiddle their thumbs. You know, give us 2 hours and we'll start paying you something. You know, just sit there for 2 hours. You know, the incentive to me would be to tell the receivers or the shippers that our guys is going on the clock as soon as they get there, and it's going to come off of you. You know, that's going to come on the rate. So it's never going to change until they pull their head out of the butts and say, you know, we've been arguing about this now for 20, 22, 23 years on this. I mean, that's just the way it's been. And until they come up with a game plan that's going to keep butts in the seats, that's going to make it worthwhile for that driver that is fed up with looking at these regulations and everything else, that thinks he's a criminal just for driving down the damn road, you know, and you pull into a scale and it's, you know, guess what? We're going to shut you down because you got a tire that's got a bad spot on it, or we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And then companies are raising hell with drivers. Steve, it ain't never going to change until they can get out of this mentality, number one, that, you know, I mean, they'll bitch about a puppy mill, you know, but they don't say a damn thing about a driver mill, and that's exactly what they've had over the years. And it just seems to me like they don't want it to change, that they like the fact that they got this massive turnover rate, because if they had drivers that were happy somewhere or wasn't even happy somewhere, they just needed to be there to work and stuff like that, that they would look at possibly organizing or something to where they could bring in more, money and better benefits and things like that. So I don't know, man. I'll tell you, we've talked about it forever, and we'll see what happens down the road. But, I think Sean Duffy's got the right idea, and he's doing what he can. But there's been too many, and Elaine Chao during the first Trump administration could really give a fat rat's ass less about anything. She was just in it for basically to help her cronies, and that's exactly what she did. So anyway, moving on to the Guthrie thing here. I've never been convinced for any reason that this was a kidnapping. Just from the very beginning when they started showing the videos and this and that was the most bumbling dumbass I ever seen in my life. If it was a kidnapping, it looked to me more like it was a robbery gone bad. He probably, I don't know what, or scared the hell out of her, and she had a heart attack, died, fell and busted her head or something like that, and they just carried her out of there. I don't think it was just looking at it, I don't think it was just one person. I would say that there was probably others. And, being that close to the border and so many damn illegals that's crossed that border, it could have been, one of them, some of them. That's one reason why they're not getting a hit on the DNA. But all the ransom letters and things like that we've seen, could they be opportunists? Just looking to profit off something, Bitcoin of all things. Okay, let me get 1/3 of a Bitcoin or 1/50th of a Bitcoin, deposited today, and I'll tell you some information. Then I'll give me the rest later. There's just too damn much going on here. Now they got that helicopter up there flying around looking for the Bluetooth, trying to key in on the Bluetooth for the pacemaker. Well, if the heart stopped, there ain't gonna be no damn Bluetooth because the pacemaker stopped. So it's, I don't know. I would look for them really soon I would say within the next week to 10 days of having a face to that DNA. And, the FBI, I still think if that sheriff would have pulled his head out of his ass and let the FBI handle this from the very beginning, instead of this, kind of we're going to send it off here and there and everywhere else. Quantico's equipped for that. They do this, every day, and that sheriff and his deputies, bless their hearts. I mean, they I guess they try, but they were so far over their head from the very beginning that they should have just tapped out and said, hey, here's what we know and what we have. Can you help us?
Take it from here.
And,
well, Pappy mentioned last week, as far as when they found the glove, he said, all right, so if they find DNA and it's an individual who's never committed a crime, there's no database that they're going to find him in. And it sounds like that's what they've got going right now. And what about, would Nancy's DNA, would that not have been on that glove or in some form or fashion?
I would say that, it probably would have been. And the thing about that DNA is they may not hit on him, but if there's a relative or somebody like that that's been in prison or been in the system that has, had a DNA swab taken from them, it will hit on that. you know, in that likeness there. So then they'll look a little closer and, you know, at this and that. But if there's nothing showing up at all, it's unusual. Mm-hmm. I mean, it really is, you know, I mean, you know, do you just start out one day and just become a kidnapper or a robber that you know, mm-hmm. I mean, you know, something, you know, I'm saying that person was probably in the system for some reason before, you know, and it's, you know, maybe I don't know. Like I said, it just the way he walked and the way, you know, looking at the mustache and everything, it just looked to me like he, you know, could have come across the border illegally and you know, maybe he was living in the area or something like that, or you know, had followed her before, you know, home or something from being at the store or something. You never know. Yeah. You know, you never know. They're looking at every little aspect of this. But to be a kidnapping and not to offer any kind of proof of life or anything like that, no. You know, then it would have just been a breaking and entering in a murder. You know, that's all it would have been. And I don't know. You know, they're not offering up anything. They still haven't. So, you know, and it just looked to me like it was just a robbery gone bad. And, you know, it's one of the reasons why he was trying to cover up the damn cameras and break them and stuff like that, just to, you know, kind of mm-hmm. fool the timeline or whatever. But I don't know. I still look that the FBI is going to, you know, they're going to get a handle on this pretty quick. I think that sheriff out there is leaning more toward their analysis on a lot of the things that's going on in the investigation right now. And they're good about this. I mean, they can build profiles. They can do everything. I mean, it's, you know, they got some of the smartest people in the world working in the FBI, you know, and we'll see. But I'm like I say, I think here in the next 10 days, probably the max, they're going to find that they're going to have a face to this, and an arrest is going to be made, if not sooner. But it's there's just nothing there that looks like a kidnapping. It just looks like a robbery gone bad, and this is what happened. So, you know, I hate to say it, but I don't think that, you know, that poor lady stood a damn chance when, you know, and if, you know, she could have had a heart attack. I mean, pacemakers are, you know, I just hate to see it, but that's the way it looks, you know, to me. That, you know, you know, back in my day when I was, you know, working as an investigator for a district attorney, you know, that would have been the first thing that I looked at when been looking through, you know, old cases of robberies, you know, things like that, you know, talking to people about the mannerisms of this guy, you know, showed them, you know, a video or something like that, and went to those communities that, you know, and they're probably doing all that, you know, you know, that's probably exactly what they're doing, but, you know, but you have to look at the mannerisms and things of people. That's the tell-all right there of how he walked and how he was bending and, mm-hmm. and, you know, things like that. And, you know, I mean, he just, he looked like like a clumsy oaf to me. You know, from what he's trying to do, cover up a damn camera with grass and sticks. Right. You know, really, you know, who in the hell would think of that? You know, you haul off and kick the damn thing or something, and they don't bust it and get it gone, you know, as opposed to, but looked like he was trying to be real quiet, like he was, you know, like it was he's just going to sneak in the house and do a robbery or whatever. But boom, this is where we're at 2 weeks later. So I don't know. It's been a mess, but everything else, it just looks like things is boiling over in Iran. They got a couple of meetings, I guess, going, which is going to be fruitless. Iranians are not going to agree to a damn thing. They've already told them that. You know, I think this is all wishful thinking. I hope the hell that it's not. I would like to see more people, you know, like I said, more countries in the region get involved in this and try to convince them to, you know, straighten up instead of us looking like the thug right now that, you know, is coming in to slap them down. But, you know, I guess somebody's got to, you know, and it just looks like every damn time you open a paper or turn the news on or something, there's something else going on. You know, I mean, just things that is out of the ordinary, you know. And I know we went we went a long time without any kind of a skirmish with people, other than the fact that blowing up their nuclear capabilities and things like that. Which, from what I'm listening around at some of the talking heads, they're saying they're rebuilding quite quickly. And there's not a doubt that we couldn't just wipe Iran off the face of the earth in just a matter of minutes. That's a fact. But what kind of damage are they going to do? I mean, they could have a final push on launching drones and things like that. And there's no way in the world that our defense systems around those ships could shoot them all down at one time. And they still got all them damn little subs. They got them mini subs that's out there. And at one time they had over 200 that was out there. That trained people, military, their Navy. But Ronald Reagan knocked out about half of their Navy at one time. And this could be something good. It could be something bad. I don't know. If we look at it, and if the shooting starts and things like that, of course, they're going to look at us like the aggressors, and the damn Democrats are going to make sure of that. I mean, it's just going to be another campaign slogan or a bumper sticker for them to get reelected, or take over the House and the Senate. I got to tell you, Steve, I hope to hell that the Republicans are taking good note of everything that's going on with this. I mean, it's that's the last thing we need is them morons in there, because the remaining 2 years of Trump's tenure will be tied up once again. And
absolutely nothing, a nothing burger, right? Hey, we got to pause.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The FBI says forensic testing links a glove found near Nancy Guthrie's home to a man seen on surveillance footage. Authorities say the investigation remains active. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says Democrats will push ahead with reforms to immigration and customs enforcement. That includes banning agents from wearing masks.
They need to stop the violence. And the question that Americans are asking is, why aren't Republicans going along with these common sense proposals? They're not crazy. They're not way out. They're what every police department in America does.
While speaking on CNN's State of the Union, Schumer called ICE a rogue force that must be reined in as funding for the Department of Homeland Security lapsed amid a partisan battle over immigration policy. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $2.92. Mono County, California is up to $5.68, while Oklahoma County, Oklahoma, $1.86. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled. And it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives. And MediShare is proven you can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, pick it up on a Monday. Get the new week underway. And as always, 844-844-3388. Get on board. I'll get back, finish up with the grump here. Welcome back.
Yeah. Jumping back on this Guthrie thing here a little bit here. I was talking about back, the day when I worked as an investigator, for the sheriff's department, but I was assigned to a district attorney there. But one of the things that, when stuff like breaking and enterings or robberies or something like that hit my desk, and we were taking a look at them, the first thing that comes to mind, is some of the tactics that we would use, is just community saturation. And when I say that, we would, if they thought it was Hispanic, they thought it might be illegal or something like that, the first thing I would have done, and I hate saying that, but, would be saturate that area with officers. I'd be, checking papers, be, doing everything humanly possible. Hell, I'd have brought in Border Patrol, or somebody like that and said, hey, we need to check, start saturating this area and breaking up the lifestyle. Number one, you disrupt their everyday lifestyle to the point where it gets so annoying that somebody will open their mouth. Somebody will say, yeah, I heard it was this guy, or I think, you need to check over here. You need to check this person. And we had more breaking and entering solved like that, just out of just saturating the communities, in areas where we knew those thugs or those thieves and people like that like to frequent. And I don't know that they're not doing this, but that, it's always worked. I mean, it's always been something. And the FBI, at one time, they taught some of this, and even when I went to the academy back, 30-something years ago for the police academy, we learned different investigative techniques that helps you, gain the upper ground when you're trying to solve a case. And right there, front and foremost, was always the, community saturation. I mean, where you just literally, you just disrupt those people, that type of person, that is around, you follow them, you talk to people. You know, I mean, if there's prostitution in the area, you start harassing them. You know, to the point where it just, you know, you're taking money out of people's pockets because of the, you know, the drugs and the thievery and all the rest of the crap, where it's disrupting their lives enough where that person that committed that crime, it's no longer, he's not that important anymore. You know, you know, it'll be an anonymous tip, hit the police department, and say, look, you know, I think it was this person, you know, can, you know, blah, 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 you know, just how about getting out of our damn area so we can get back to work? And that's, you know, as bad as it is, I mean, it's always been something that worked, and it's been you know, a pretty good investigative technique. It always worked for us. Like I said, you know, it's just, you'd be surprised how many people that just, you know, how many criminals want to stay criminal and will turn on somebody else just so you'll leave them alone.
Right.
And it's, you know, I'd like to see something. You know, I haven't heard them doing anything like that, but, you know, it just seems to me like it, you know, that would be the first step, would be just saturate, not just, you know, driving around looking at stuff but just harass the hell, you know, as police officers, just harass the hell out of every criminal you can find, just start dragging their asses in, you know, or something, and say, you know something, you know, I expect a phone call at the end of the day, or I'm going to be back tomorrow, you know, that kind of thing. So I don't know, but that's just my view on it. But anyway, I've been working hard, and, you know, just things kind of picking up out here a little bit, and I don't know. I really haven't seen a dent in the non-domiciled drivers, and you know, like we said the other day, it was you know, talked about that. I don't think they're completely shutting these fools down. I think they're, you know, shutting them down for a little bit, and pulling. And as soon as they get off the scale, they're back behind the damn wheel, doing their thing. We'll see this summer, you know, and when things kind of pick up a little bit more, how many accidents or stuff. And I hope the hell that they start pushing that more to find out who the demographics and how long somebody's been behind the wheel and things of that nature, so we can start seeing exactly, you know, that'll tell a lot, Steve, on the failures in this industry and training and things like that, when they start identifying, you know, the bad players and how long they've been behind the wheel and stuff. People might say, no, it wouldn't matter, you know, because it does matter. It damn sure does matter, because those are areas when you see people that have been out here, you know, 6 months or foreign, or, you know, things like that, on driving on a visa, H-2B visa, you know, that maybe they need to stop that program altogether for a while and get some more experience out here, or do better vetting, you know. We'll see, you know, how it pans out this summer. But anyway, that's about all I got tonight, buddy.
All right, good to hear from you. Get the new week underway. Thank you much, Grump. Safe journey out there. Another topic, totally separate topic of discussion, is voter identification. President over the weekend says the Democrats refuse to vote for voter ID or citizenship. The reason is very simple. They want to continue to cheat in elections. This is not what our founders desired. I have searched the depths of legal arguments, not yet articulated or vetted on this subject, and I will be presenting an irrefutable one in the very near future. There will be voter ID for the midterm elections, whether approved by Congress or not, he says. Also, the people of our country are insisting on citizenship and no mail-in ballots, with exceptions for military, disability, illness, or travel. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump. All right, for some, a weekend is a time to relax. Senator Mike Lee of Utah was working over the weekend, intensifying pressure on Senate colleagues to advance the SAVE Act. That's the election integrity bill that would mandate proof of citizenship to register to vote and a photo ID to vote in federal elections. Of course, it passed the House on a party line vote last week, a difficult path in the Senate, where Democrats can block it under the existing filibuster rules, needing 60 votes to end debate. The longer we wait, the harder it's going to get to pass the Save America Act, says Lee this past evening. Senate Republicans should rip off the zombie filibuster next week. In a series of posts over the weekend, he was urging Republican senators to revive the talking filibuster, a traditional form of extended debate to bring the measure to a vote without abolishing the 60-vote threshold. Enforce the talking filibuster. Slay the zombie, he said. Baby steps to save America, becoming giant leaps. He then doubled down in several follow-ups. He said, my friend Senator Haggerty gets it. We must sideline the zombie filibuster to pass the SAVE Act. Linking a video of a television appearance by Senator Haggerty of Tennessee. We need Republican senators all on the same page. If you agree, please spread the word, he says. Now, earlier in the weekend, Senator Lee hailed Susan Collins of Maine as the 50th Senate Republican co-sponsor of the bill, written by Lee and Representative Chip Roy of Texas, building on the House-passed SAVE Act by adding a voter ID requirement. The Save America Act makes our original SAVE Act better. Unveiling the bill that passed the House this past week, President Trump rightly believes we should include voter ID in this bill as we make a renewed push to secure our elections by requiring voter ID and proof of citizenship. The Save America Act will ensure that our federal elections are decided by U.S. citizens and citizens alone. Under the current Senate rules, most legislation cannot be voted on unless debate is closed, a process known as invoking cloture, which typically requires 60 votes out of 100. If cloture fails, opponents can indefinitely delay a bill's progression. The talking filibuster is a historical version of the filibuster in which senators must physically hold the floor and speak continuously to maintain an objection to a bill. That's how debate was traditionally conducted before the procedural changes in the 20th century reduced it to a largely silent obstruction tactic. Now, Senator Lee and fellow conservatives argue the modern filibuster functions as what he calls a zombie filibuster, a tool that lets senators block legislation without actively debating on the floor, effectively giving a minority of 41 senators veto power over most major bills. Where do your senators stand on setting aside the zombie filibuster to pass the Save America Act, he asked this past evening? Reviving the talking filibuster would force opponents to actively obstruct if they want to delay a bill, potentially wearing down resistance and allowing a vote with a simple majority once debate concludes, he says. By calling for enforcement of older Senate debate rules, requiring active participation to sustain an objection, Lee said Republicans could effectively slay the zombie, bringing the Save America Act to a floor vote without actually scrapping the filibuster entirely. 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Rolling into the greatest day of the week. Says who? Well, I guess it's a great day for Pappy because it's an off day.
You are correct. Steve, we got to get this Save Act passed one way or another, no matter what it takes. Talked about it a little bit last week. The United States, like I said, stepped on a landmine. It's like losing 2 legs and an arm. You got to get a tourniquet on them, Steve. You can't bleed out.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Trump got a tourniquet on the border. All snugged up tight. Stop the bleed. We got to do it with the Save Act, Steve. We got to get these elections under control and minimize the fraud, the stealing of elections. As we know it happens, it's got to be done. And we got to get these illegal criminals, murderers, rapists, pedophiles out of the country. Those are the 3 top things. If we don't get a tourniquet on the Save Act and ICE moving forward, we're either going to bleed out, man. It's that simple. I know Holman said he's withdrawing slowly out of Minnesota, which I agree with. I think the Feds made some mistakes by announcing, right, what their intentions are. And what does that do, Steve? You're bringing out a bullhorn and telling all the anarchists, Antifa, all the whacked out left, where you're going to be, and they can rally the troops and respond to that location from all around the country. So they need to be a little bit smarter. If you're going to announce it, say you're going to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, right? Get on there. We're going into Pittsburgh. and then show up somewhere else on the other side of the country. And then do a quick hit and get, right? When they figure out you're over in Arizona, they're pack up and start to head to Arizona.
Chasing their tail.
And you're already out of, yeah. Don't let them circle the wagons, man. Remember me talking about that glove they found, Steve? We needed 2 things on that glove. And they're not coming out and saying that Nancy's DNA is on there. That doesn't mean it isn't. We don't know what they're telling us. But if Nancy's DNA is not on that glove,
right?
But they have somebody else's DNA, trust me, that's a good hit, right? But how do you prove it to be into the crime, so to speak? Can't tie it. Say they do find the guy, Steve. All these ancestries.com, right? You want to find out about
that have other people.
You swab your mouth and you send it into these companies, Steve, right? Steve, if you don't think the government has your DNA, don't fool yourself. So I kind of wanted to mention that last week when I talked about, if you haven't been a convicted felon and all your DNA is put in the NCIC, National Crime Information Center system. There's other ways that they can get DNA. But if hers isn't on there, I was driving down the road, man. I threw some gloves out the window. I was working in the yard the other day, and they were laying on the seat, and how do you?
Right.
One good thing is, right, if they do find the suspect, and either they know 100% sure he done it, or they don't know. If they know for 100% sure, they're going to arrest him and charge him. They're going to have the probable cause and evidence to do so. Now, if they don't, like they know it's this guy. This has happened before. You know it's this person, but you just don't have enough to arrest him. Right? Steve, like Grump was saying, this dude is an amateur, man. We said that as soon as we saw the video. Right? These FBI agents, get a hold of this dude, get him in a room and put the spotlight on him, he's going to crack. Even if he lawyers up, that's fine. Get him a lawyer, right? And keep at it, and you'll crack him. And if he's got any soul left in his body, Steve, we have seen this where people want to tell because it's bothering their conscience, right? If you have any soul, I'm not talking about the real demons out there that have no soul, but if this is a person that has any soul left in his body, he's going to tell because he wants to be able to sleep at night again. Talking about saturation in the air. Grump, man. You're giving away our tactics, brother. Let me tell you what, I'm just joking. Let me tell you what we did several years ago. This is more on a lower scale than what Grump was talking about, but we had a couple trailer parks in our area, and every summer, as soon as the weather got warm, Steve, they would be out acting like fools. I mean, the whole neighborhood out there arguing, fighting, can't get along with each other, dispatched to a group of 15 people fighting with baseball bats, this kind of thing. It was to the point where you're like, here we go again. So what did we do? We parked outside that trailer park, Steve. Any car pulling in or out of that trailer park that had a license plate violation, right? Didn't use your turn signal, any equipment, for any reason at all that we could find a reason to stop that car, we would stop it and we would write them a ticket. And they would be like, why are you messing with us, man?
You're trying to wear them down? We got to pause there as we close out another hour here on a Monday. News on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, brought to you by Industrial Injection. Since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us for fuel injection, turbochargers, and engine solutions. From light-duty pickups to the heavy-duty equipment, industrialinjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The FBI says DNA from a glove found near Nancy Guthrie's Arizona home appears to match a glove worn by a man seen on surveillance video. A person of interest was detained and later released. The search for Guthrie is now entering its third week. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is reassuring European leaders that the U.S. remains committed to its alliances.
We're not leaving NATO. We're not leaving. I mean, we may move a couple thousand troops from one country to another, but this has always been the case. This has always happened.
While speaking in Slovakia, Rubio said the U.S. does not feel threatened by NATO strengthening its capabilities and emphasized that America wants Europe as a partner, not dependent on Washington. He traveled to Slovakia and Hungary following the Munich Security Conference for regional security talks. Senator Thom Tillis, a retiring Republican from North Carolina, criticized top Trump advisors on Face the Nation, saying Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem are not helping President Trump's legacy on immigration and border policy.
These are people that don't look around corners and are not taking care of this president's legacy, and I intend to. And if I have to speak bluntly, that's what I'm going to do in my remaining time in the Senate.
Tillis also defended his own record and urged Republicans to focus on pragmatic solutions as he wraps up his Senate career. Team USA fell short in women's alpine skiing Sunday in Cortina. Michaela Schifrin led the Americans with an 11th place finish in the giant slalom.
Beautiful to be competing here and have so much support, so I love that. I really love that.
Paula Moulton and Nina O'Brien placed 15th and 20th. Italy won the gold. Sweden and Norway took silver. Schifrin will return for Wednesday slalom. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $2.92. Mono County, California is up to $5.68. Oklahoma County, Oklahoma, $1.86. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Research says that aerobic exercise may be the best kind for people with anxiety and depression.
The findings were published in the British Journal of Sports Medicine earlier this week and show that aerobic exercise such as walking, running, cycling, and swimming were best at reducing mental health symptoms. Researchers also found that group-based supervised exercise had the strongest effects on depression by giving structure and social connection. For anxiety, shorter, lower-intensity workouts were most effective. I'm Rob Martier.
Workers at a wastewater treatment plant in Jessamine County, Kentucky, rescued a deer that had fallen into a deep water tank. Employees lowered a ladder and helped the exhausted doe to climb out safely. Officials say the animal walked off on its own afterwards. They're reminding the public to be cautious around open facilities. Baby food sold nationwide is being recalled over a possible health risk.
Initiative Foods issued a recall for its Tippy Toes brand apple pear banana fruit puree over elevated levels of patchoulin. According to the FDA, patchoulin is a naturally occurring substance produced by molds that may grow in various fruits. Long-term exposure could lead to immune suppression, nerve damage, headache, fever, and nausea. No illnesses or injuries so far have been reported. I'm Lisa Carton.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There you go. For our friends in the Mountain Time Zone, welcome into a Monday. President's Day. So for some, an extended weekend, right? Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. We left off, you ever chat with Pappy there. So we're trying to wear them down at the mobile home park there, right?
Yeah, the point of the story, Steve, is that exactly what Grump was saying, right? You stop everybody coming and going. You write them a ticket. And so the friends that are coming over to visit, that are involved in these melees, right, aren't going to come because they don't want to get stopped. They don't want to get ticketed. If their license is suspended, they're going to get their vehicle towed. Well, one guy, man, why you messing with that? Man, you towed my car, man. Well, dude, you put 5 stitches in this dude's head a couple days ago, man. And then all the good people, right, in the trailer parks, usually older, the good people, older ones, that these people are causing a disturbance in the place where these good people live. Steve, as soon as they step out on the street again, knock it off. Are you stupid? Take it back in your house. And that's how you get things done sometimes. Just the way it is. Steve, I don't know too much about this sheriff's office. It does sound like this sheriff kind of dropped the ball on not getting the FBI involved sooner and using more of the resources. That man, like Rump said, listen, the FBI, Bongino was talking about this the other day. They have the state-of-the-art technology for all this evidence collection, DNA, all that, Steve. It's the best in the world, right? Why he would not want to utilize that, I don't know. And how big are they? What's the size of this sheriff's office? Mm-hmm. How many homicides do they get? What kind of area is this? It's not, the area where this occurred sounds like it's definitely upper middle class. Not that the whole county's going to be that way. But how big is it? How many homicides? How many serious cases do they really get a year? I mean, our county here, see, the one of the largest in Ohio, we have other agencies that come to us when they get a homicide or a fatal crash or something serious and ask for our help. Just like we would turn around and ask the FBI for help if it's something really major. So I don't know how big this county is, what their severe crime rate is like, how experienced are they really, I mean, if you just live in a small county where you just don't get crime like that, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Well, you're investigators with the experience, right? So that's why maybe the FBI should have been called in sooner. But I don't know, I'm going to dog anybody. I don't know the whole deal behind all this. It might come out. But, Steve, I got a bad feeling that they have no clue. It seems to me that what we've seen over the weekend, they are just trying to – what they probably did, Steve, is they probably went to the flock cameras, right? Any camera hit on a car that was in that area around that time, they know who it is, right? And they're stopping them, probably getting volunteer DNA swabs from them. If they don't get volunteer, if they got enough to get a judge to sign off on a search warrant to get DNA from them, it sounds like they're just out there trying to swab anybody and everybody, man. They went to a house, I think it was last night? It might have been the night before. It was Friday night. Steve, I mean, I don't know how many cars. They had a SWAT team, the bomb squad. They had, I don't know how many cars out there. A ton. And I thought, man, this is it, and nothing. Supposedly they interviewed 2 males. I don't know their ages. One news outlet said they interviewed the mother, so I was thinking, are these a couple younger teenagers or younger adults living in here? Does mom know about it? Is she trying to cover for them, or she has no idea what's going on?
Right.
But the way they went in, right, I'm thinking, man, and nothing. So that leads me to believe they're just, throwing every line in the water and hoping something hits, man. That they have no clue at this point. That vehicle they stopped, you take on news commentators, man. We had the FBI there, right? And local sheriffs. I wonder if that's involved. I wonder if they're stopping this car because it's possibly involved in the Nancy deal, man. Well, why would the FBI be there? Come on, Steve. And then they brought out a tarp. I don't know if you've seen that.
Yeah.
They held up a tarp because they didn't want the photographers to see what they were looking at in the rear. And why are they holding up a tarp? Why do you think? They don't want you to see what they're looking at. Jeez, oh, Pete, man. And then one of their analysts that they had on there, Steve, listen, man, trust me, I know from experience, right? One of their analysts could be, there could be a dead body in the back. So these guys were 3 people, I think, were in this car, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
Were driving around with a dead body in the car for a couple weeks. And, Steve, when they cracked the hatchback of that thing, I was watching every one of their faces. Every one of them, I wanted to see how they reacted when they popped up that. As you know, Steve, anybody that's been around dead bodies, it's been dead for a while. You know the smell, and it's going to be bad, and they would have reacted. I don't care. There's only one time, Steve, we had an elderly lady that died of natural causes in her house. And the neighbors called because they haven't seen her in a couple days. And mail was piling up. So they called. And normally we'd walk around the house, and if nothing seemed suspicious, the place is locked up, we really wouldn't force entry unless we have really something to go on, right? But, Steve, I go up to knock on the door. It's not what do I see, what do I hear, it's what do I smell.
Yeah.
Right? I'm like, oh, man. All right. So we go in, we find her. And it was pretty bad, right? It was pretty bad. Now, the coroner came out, and I guess, Steve, when you're that used to it, he's just walking around like it doesn't affect him at all, man. just like another day on the job.
Yeah.
But everybody else there that's been in these situations before, firefighters, paramedics, other officers, see, we went in there and started opening windows, and, man, you could smell from the street. So they didn't react at all when that trunk got opened up, that hatchback. When that hatchback opened up, they didn't react at all. There ain't nobody in there, man.
Yeah.
I don't know what they want to see to be. All right, bud. Took enough of your time. I appreciate it.
All right. Have a great Monday, Pappy. Enjoy some time off there. You got a few days here. A week and a half, 2 weeks. What was it? What's going on, Plowboy? We might have lost Plowboy. Well, let's head on down to the Sunshine State. Philip.
Hey, buddy. How you doing today?
It's another greatest day of the week.
Absolutely. Greatest day of the week. Coming in after a little bit of rain came through last night. Got the race off okay. I know you probably didn't watch the race, did you?
No, I did not. But Friday morning I was saying maybe they'll bump the race time up, and apparently they did, and I guess it's lucky they did because I'm seeing they said it started raining about 30 minutes after the checkered flag.
Pretty much, maybe about an hour is when the big stuff started coming in. We got the big stuff around 9 o'clock our time, and it came through quick. I mean, it was through the area in probably 2 hours, 3 hours, something like that. I don't know. I was asleep, but I could hear the lightning here and there. But we don't need that down here. I mean, we need the rain. We don't need that lightning. I don't know if you heard or not, Steve, but they had a fire on 95 there that shut 95 down just south of Daytona for a little while because they had a fire right beside the road. They got it reopened after the race had ended. They finally got it out to where they could move trucks and cars again on it. But other than that, it was a pretty good race, Steve. I watched it. I am glad that NASCAR is doing what they're doing. I mean, it looked like a pretty good race other than the usual, the big wreck. One guy gets sideways and the rest of them eat up on him, and that's what I saw pretty much. And good day for Michael Jordan. I mean, his boys came in. He had 3 cars in the top 10. What you think about that, Steve?
That's pretty impressive, huh? But everything got shook up right there at the very end, though. I mean, I guess the leaders all got taken out at that final lap.
If you want to watch the good part of the race, was the end of it. Watch the last, I'd say, 3 laps, because then you can see with it building and everything happening. And yeah, they had probably 5 lead changes in that one lap, between all the wrecking that was happening. And Reddick was just in the right place at the right time, I mean, it's just pretty much how it is. I mean, that's just the way it is on a lot of the big speedways like that.
Yep.
You want to be out front as much as you can, but like yesterday, Justin Allgaier, Dale Jr.'s guy, he's running Dale Jr.'s car. He was up there. He was doing really good, and him and Kyle got along. I mean, he's saying that he caused it, and I don't know. I kind of feel Kyle, or not Kyle, but Denny Hamlin might have been in that one, a little bit at fault too. But they were really aggressive with the pushing, and a lot of the wrecks yesterday were caused by offset. So when they're pushing, you got to have the car leveled up with the other car to do the draft and the push. They were offset just a little bit, and when they did that, push one side or the other, you're going to have a wreck. And that's what happened yesterday. I mean, it was just a lot of guys. I don't know if they weren't used to it or they were just being aggressive or they weren't paying attention to what they were doing, but that's what I seen yesterday. I seen a lot of guys that just weren't paying attention to what they were supposed to be doing. And the rate of closure, I mean, most of those guys out there that were running yesterday, they know how far the rate of closure is, and I was really surprised that they didn't manage that better in the race. I kept seeing they'd come up on somebody like super fast, instead of coming into it aggressively, just come up into it smooth. They wouldn't have the problems that they had. So, I don't know. What do you think about super speedway racing, buddy?
I'd like them to get rid of the restrictor plates, kind of go back to let the fastest car go.
I kind of beg to differ on that. Not so much about restrictor plates. They can control it with other means other than restrictor plates. That part of the argument I agree with. As far as letting them go full bore, I don't know if I'd do that or not, because you'll take the equipment past what it can do. And some guys will run it to that point. I mean, yesterday we saw that where people, those wrecks are proof of it. You're running 185 and you're running it to the limit, and one guy gets into your right corner and that's it. You have to have a little bit of restraint to hold back, to keep things level, because human beings will take it to the limit. I mean, you can see that yesterday. I mean, it was to the limit. But you got to understand that the equipment can only take so much. And I know they test it so much that they know what it can do, but you start going 215, 230 in a corner, with those cars and what they've got now, you're going to have stuff coming apart. And I kind of understand the argument with the restrictor plate on certain sides, but just letting the guys go out there and run full bore, that's kind of it. But I wish they would bring more of the element in of guys bringing the power out. Now, I'm not saying cheating is winning, but you know, this matching everybody's car up thing has got to the hill, and you know, you got a little bit more build in the element, and the driver is the biggest part. You know, you got to have a driver that's going to have, you know, the fortitude to do it. But I don't know. But that was interesting what you were talking about earlier about DNA. You know, truck drivers have a DNA if they've got a hazmat, Steve. You know that? And that DNA is when you go to get your background check for your hazmat, what do you have to submit? You have to submit your fingerprints. I think that's an element that a lot of people don't understand with DNA. It's not so much about your physical DNA that you got in your body, but your DNA is your makeup. It's also in your fingerprints. So you think about it, when you go down and get that hazmat, you've got to get your fingerprints taken. Has anybody thought about that, Steve?
I don't know that they have or not. I know that Pappy mentioned all those, the databases like the Ancestry.com and all that. I mean, there's millions of people that have DNA in those files.
Yeah, every time you go down and you get your hazmat, you have to be background checked every time. And one thing they do is they do your fingerprints. Now, when I went from driving a truck to driving a monorail, what I'm doing now, Disney pulled my fingerprints and they came through instantly with the TSA, to the point where the TSA, and by the way, drivers, don't think they aren't watching you, but when they pulled my fingerprints for my job at Disney, now I'm just going to work in a theme park, they called Disney and said, who's checking my fingerprints? They were, the TSA actually called Disney and said, hey, why are you checking this guy's fingerprints? You know, and they had to tell him. And they talked to me as well on the phone. So don't think that the government isn't watching you, because they are watching you, especially when you go for job interviews or you use anything like that, they're watching you. And as far as forensics goes electronically, they're watching you too. So don't think that they aren't watching you with your Facebook. They aren't watching you with all the TikTok and all this other stuff. And you got to be careful nowadays, Steve. It's a lot different world than it was when guys were driving back in the 70s and the 80s and the 90s. You know, what do you think, buddy?
100%. Yes, indeed, Philip.
I mean, you gotta be careful with your license number, because your driver's license number, if you're a professional driver, and I'm talking professional driver out there, I know that's a term that a lot of guys are like, oh boy, here we go. But when you're a professional driver, you're supposed to act right, right? So whether you're driving your car or whether you're driving your big truck or whether you're driving a school bus or you're driving anything that requires a CDL, I don't care if it's a B, an A, or whatever, you're supposed to act right. Really, you're supposed to act right when you're driving, period, in anything, whether you're driving a four-wheeler or a truck. But a lot of people don't realize that and don't think you're the bigger guy. When you come up on a car and you want to try to push him out of the way, don't play that mess. Back off and go around. You know, be safe about it. You know, when it means being the bigger guy, that means you take the hit. So that's all I got, buddy. I appreciate you having me, and y'all have a good, safe day.
There you go. Yep, don't be a part of the road rage statistics. I think I had somewhere in the mix. I believe I printed that out here from CDL Life over the weekend. Little road rage incident that occurred over the weekend that involved a shooting, as a matter of fact, it's becoming all too common. All righty, let me see here. Cattle farmers touched a little bit on this last week. In rural Virginia, dozens of young cows belonging to Chris Stem. He's living his childhood dream, being a farmer. But apparently, reality is starting to bite, despite soaring beef prices, as we know. As the U.S. cattle population hit a 75-year low, farmers like Stem are feeling the squeeze from steeper business costs. Budget-conscious consumers, as well as the president's trade policies. The cost of doing business is almost outpricing our ability to continue to raise cattle. From cutting the hay to feeding the cattle to maintaining the equipment, maintaining staff, feed, everything has gone up, he says. When is this going to stabilize and stop? The president's latest move to boost Argentine beef imports is actually adding to their concerns. He's 40 years old, and he has a herd of about 250 cattle in Ashland, Virginia. Most are sold at larger markets where they're purchased and fed to slaughter weight, while around 15% is processed nearby and sold at Stem's butcher shop. For him, higher beef prices have been a double-edged sword, he says. His revenue from selling cattle has risen, but so have operational costs. And there are limits to how much he can hike consumer prices at his shop to make up the margins, he explains. More on beef prices and the plight of the American cattle farmer coming up. First, a news break. This update brought to you by Industrial Injection, heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions, from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines, built for the trucks that cannot afford downtime. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The FBI says forensic testing links a glove found near Nancy Guthrie's home to a man seen on surveillance footage. Authorities say the investigation remains active. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says Democrats will push ahead with reforms to immigration and customs enforcement. That includes banning agents from wearing masks.
They need to stop the violence. And the question that Americans are asking is, why aren't Republicans going along with these common sense proposals? They're not crazy. They're not way out. They're what every police department in America does.
While speaking on CNN's State of the Union, Schumer called ICE a rogue force that must be reined in as funding for the Department of Homeland Security lapsed amid a partisan battle over immigration policy. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $2.92. Mono County, California, is up to $5.68, while Oklahoma County, Oklahoma, $1.86. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled. And it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives. And MediShare is proven you can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Do
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
It's no secret today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, I guess I'll give a shout out. Just a heads up. The trucking radio biz. You know, many have come and gone. Some are no longer with us. One of those bigger names is pretty much officially retiring today. This morning, Monday, February 16, trucking radio legend Dave Nemo will broadcast his final show after some 55 plus years behind the mic. From the Road Gang, of course, to satellite radio, where he continued to host the Dave Nemo Show. He's been the voice that's kept many drivers company through countless miles on the open road, much as we continue to do. According to the American Truck Historical Society, which this is what I'm sharing from, his legend is forever preserved at the American Truck Historical Society's American Trucking and Industry Leader Hall of Fame there. We wish Dave safe travels on the next leg of his journey. And, of course, they've got a web page set up inviting you to share your congratulations, your well wishes, your memories, or a thank you. All right, from the American Truck Historical Society. All right, enjoy your retirement there, Dave. What do they say? Well-deserved, right? He's spent many nights doing the overnight trucking radio before making that transition. He's been doing mornings for a number of years. All right, back to the cattle ranchers. The higher prices and the ranchers struggling to make ends meet or even break even. Of course, people are only going to spend so much on a cut of beef, he says, especially when you've got imported meats that you can buy for 50 or 60% less at some of the larger stores. Already, he said, ribeye that sold for $14.99 a pound in 2019 is now selling for $32.99 a pound. Customer sales have dropped by 30% to afford the property. He's diversified operations at Oakdale into some winemaking and hosting events like weddings. Steeper beef prices have become a symbol of the high cost of living. Here in the world's biggest economy, obviously a lot of voter frustration. Last fall, the president demanded ranchers to slash their prices. He has since exempted Brazilian beef from sharp tariffs and moved this month to expand imports of trimmings from Argentina to maybe bring down ground beef prices. But officials predict costs are going to keep going the wrong direction. Beef and veal prices were up 15% year on year in January. Ground beef prices, which hit a new high in December, continue climbing as well. Costs are going to stay elevated as consumer demand remains robust. While it takes years to rebuild the American herds depleted by drought and import restrictions over a parasite, America's farmers and ranchers fear the president's policies are actually going to undercut their production and profits. We do need to feed the people of the United States, but we're opening a door that's going to, I think, significantly harm the farmers. I'm a supporter of the Republican administration. He says, I'm not a supporter of the unknowns that we get right now. The Ranchers Cattlemen Action League Legal Fund, United Stock Growers of America, warning recently our industry is in a state of crisis and we need protection against price-depressing imports. Iowa farmer Lance Lillenbridge said that cattle producers have been living off of very skinny margins for many years now. People are getting tired of working so hard for nothing. Cattle prices are exactly where they should be, he says. But obviously, households feel in the pinch. At a butcher shop in Washington, said they started noticing higher meat prices about 6 months ago. He's cut back on snacks when grocery shopping to save up for better quality meats. Customers pulling back. Just like Stem said, he's lost 30% over just the past year. Sales dropping by 15%. Some of the customers are moving away from the prime cuts to the secondary cuts, or they're buying other meat altogether. I mean, the beef industry's big business, billions and billions of dollars. Yet most of us are just making pennies, he says. It is 844-844-3388. All right, so I do believe he was on location this past day. How was Daytona?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm still here at Daytona right now. I won't be leaving until tomorrow morning. I've got a hotel room. I want to get my money's worth after the race. I heard you tell somebody earlier you didn't see the race. You didn't get to see it today, but the main thing is the weather held off. Mm-hmm. The rain didn't show up until after the race, so that was good. They did the smart thing by starting early, getting the race started before it was scheduled to start. So try to beat the rain. I told you a lot of people they want to come back on Monday, so I appreciate them doing that. It was first of all, it was a decent race. I've seen better. But first of all, I want to, even though I'm not a Toyota fan, But I've been a fan of, this guy when he played basketball back in the 90s. Michael Jordan, I didn't even know he was interested in car racing when he was playing basketball. But, after his career, he got involved in car racing, just like Joe Gibbs, former Washington Redskins coach. He got his own race team. But, Michael Jordan, I really thought that Bubba Wallace, he should have really won the race today. He had the best car. He was up front all day long, and he made a bad pit stop and got caught in traffic, and he couldn't get back to the front. But his teammate, Tyler Reddick, won the race, but he basically got the same equipment. But Bubba definitely should have had that race. He should have won the race because he was, like I say, he was up front all day long. But being up front don't mean anything at Daytona. It used to be in the old days, if you was up front like Dale Earnhardt, you very rarely saw. Back in the 90s, you very rarely saw Dale Earnhardt get spun out while he was leading the pack. But it's not like that now. There was 3 or 4 guys that got spun out from first place today. The guy thought, Dale Earnhardt's driver, he was leading the race when he got spun out. Then they had the other guy get spun out. Chase Elliott, I thought for sure he had the race won on the last lap, and next thing you know, he in the wall. And there was several other people that had some. Kyle Busch was involved in an accident from leading. So leading the pack doesn't mean anything nowadays, because all you do when you have a wreck at the front of the pack, you end up taking out 15, 20 cars, and that's exactly what happened today. There's no way to go when you're going 3 wide. And I want to comment. I've told you this before, Steve, about I heard previous guy, the guy from Florida, was talking. But Dale Earnhardt, I always go back to what he said a long time before he died. And unfortunately, he was the one to lose his life. He made the comment before he died. He said, "We'll race like this until somebody gets killed," and that's exactly what happened. Somebody got killed. This restrictor plate racing. If you go back to the old days when Richard Petty was dominating back in the 60s and 70s, when the cars were running wide open, and the best team was winning races, which was Petty and then a couple other racers. That was some real racing. This 3 wide stuff, like I said, I like NASCAR. I like the NASCAR, but they got to do something. The restrictor plate got to come off the cars, because these cars, the cars are better built than they was before. The drivers are safe. You've seen some of the accidents they had today. Chase Elliott walked away from his accident. He ran in the wall running on 185 miles an hour. It got out of the car, not a scratch on him. I think that they should open these cars up and let them go and let them see what they can do. If it's 215, if it's 220, whatever, let them. I'd rather see that type of racing in the best motor and the best car wins, rather than to see guys go around the track for 200 laps, door to door, 3 wide, and one guy make a mistake and take out the whole field. That's not racing. And Dale Earnhardt said that a long time ago. They said that with the restrictor plate, because of some of the but that was a long time ago when Petty went in the fence, and they said these cars would take off. That was before they had the roof flaps on the car to keep the cars on the ground. Yeah, cars can go up in the air, but they can build catch fences higher, and they also can put better roof fenders on these cars to keep them from going up in the air. They need to let these cars go up, get the restrictor plate off the car, and let these cars run. If you talk to most of the drivers, they'll say the same thing I'm saying. Running 185 miles an hour for 200 laps door to door, that's not racing. It's just that simple. And you just have to be in. Tyler Reddick, he won the race, but he damn sure didn't have the best car all day long. So, NASCAR, they got what they wanted. They got the cookie cutter, and they're going to continue to lose fans because of that. I talked to a lot of fans today, and they walked away from the event not very happy at all what they saw. Like I say, I went because, I enjoy racing, but I don't enjoy that type of racing. So hopefully NASCAR will take the fans' advice and get the restrictor plate off and let these people drive like they're supposed to drive. Now, I want to say this right quick, Steve, about about a situation that happened over the weekend with these people. I'll get into this politics thing right quick. With the situation where the Democrats are trying to withhold funds from the what do you call it, from Donald Trump's border security people, border patrol people. They're trying to say that they're not going to give money to these people. These guys are working right now. Some of these guys are working without pay right now. And it makes absolutely no sense. These people are defending the United States. And I'll say this once again, Steve, and like I say, whether people like Donald Trump or whether you like him or whether you don't like him, I'm willing to bet every dollar I got in my pocket, I'm willing to say there's 100% chance with all the terrorists that Joe Biden led in the United States of America in those 4 years, if Donald Trump wasn't doing what he was doing and getting these people out behind bars and getting these people on the run, we would have had a terrorist attack in the United States of America by now. And what the Democrats are doing, they ought to be ashamed of themselves for trying to defend the people that are lawfully in this country wrong when they came in the wrong way. They continue to say these people have done nothing wrong. But the minute that I'm going to explain this for even the dumbest person can understand it. When you cross the border from the United States of America, when you cross into this country illegally without the proper paperwork, you have committed a crime, whether you think so or not. That is the crime you have committed for those people who continue to say these people have done nothing wrong. You have broken the law, which says that you are not allowed to enter the U.S. without the proper paperwork. It's just that simple. And for the Democrats to continue to defend these people, it's an embarrassment, and it's a shame that these guys can even call themselves congressmen. They ought to be ashamed to accept the paycheck. I'm pissed off because they use my tax money to pay these people, and you can bet your last dollar, Steve, I'm not a Democrat, and I don't have nothing to do with Democrats, and I don't like my money going to these losers. So, like I said before, whether you like Donald Trump or not, people, you better be glad that Donald Trump is doing what he's doing, because I promise you, if Trump wasn't doing what he's doing, we would have had another 9/11 by now. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, glad they were able to get that race in there. Eagle, all said and done, actually turned out to be a beautiful window of opportunity. And then the rains came in. And then heavy rains, thunder, lightning. Had they not started that race a little bit early, that would have been they probably would have ended up having to call the race because it would have went well past the halfway mark. So the field would have frozen at some point in time there. All right, get a quick timeout. How about a Monday? The greatest day of the week. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today. on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
What do you say? Let's try again here. Take two for the Plowboy.
Is that any better, Steve?
What, did you have the phone on mute or something?
I guess. I don't know what the hell I did.
What's going on?
No, not too much. Not too much, sir. But no, I got to agree with Grump. I'm not seeing any changes up here at Ford. Really, I'm not. I'm getting just as many non-speakers as we had before. I think they just need to tighten it up. Hopefully, to goodness, I see some changes, but I'm not as of right now, sir. But, and that last story you were talking about, the farmer and the cattle and all that, price of land, replacement cost, oh yeah. Cattle's at an astronomical price. But if you're looking to replace them, it's going to cost you an arm and a leg to keep in the business. And if you're going to grow your herd, it's really going to cost you because, some of these prices, and hell, I was reading here an article here just the other day. Can't really tell you how big of the figures are, but the cattle thieves are starting to stick their weary head back out, so they're not afraid. Hell, that's a get-rich-quick market right there. Mm-hmm. But it's unbelievable, and land prices $13,000 cheapest, and you're looking at, and hell, right now the farmer is in competition with all these big AI data centers and your solar farms that are going to be coming up and all that, but very ugly situation if you're trying to get into it or grow anything. But I got one I seen also. I hope it never comes to fruition. Missouri's about ready. They got a bill right now. They're about ready to turn their Waymos loose in St. Louis if the bill gets passed and signed by our governor. And no, sir, I absolutely am not happy with that. Because I don't see whether they're going to get any good out of it. And everybody in Missouri, call them, let their phone ring, and ring it again if they don't answer. Steve, I've seen something. We got so many curling scandals. Did you see where now we got curling scandals?
I saw the guy, the one team that was like he was touching the rock with his finger after released, right? I guess that's a no, I presume.
Apparently, but I don't know. It's not a game I've ever been into. But Steve, there's also another big thing going on. I thought we were going to go to the Olympics to bring home a gold or bring home a medal, whether it fell apart or not. But I've seen this. Can you back me up so I am not saying something that's AI generated? Did we run out of condoms? I'm reading over there around the games. I'm being serious.
It seems like every Olympic Games that topic comes up where they supply, I don't know, thousands and thousands of condoms to these Olympics, to the participants there.
What is it? Years later, when you don't get the medal, you come home with a baby that you get to. I've seen that like, oh my God, what's next? But
apparently, all these athletes from different parts of the world meet and greet, and in some cases, like to hook up, I guess.
Yeah, I see it on what? Yeah. One last thing. I haven't heard anybody say anything. Did I see? Is this right? Did a second truck go off into over the bridge out in Chesapeake?
Yes, one went over the weekend. Yeah, Purdue, correct. Yep.
It's been a while since I can't remember my bridges. They're having that much trouble. I got one for horse feathers on this, since he lives out there in that area. Why haven't they ever talked about putting a cage over that damn thing? A cage would really work a lot of wonders. Because I've been hit with crosswinds. Everybody has. And I mean, or put the truck, make a law, they put us all in the right lane, help put us out in the opposite lane so we don't have that problem going over the bridge. I don't know. There's a little bit of something I've been thinking about.
I don't know that they've said exactly what the cause of that accident was, but supposedly there was no rain. The winds were light. It wasn't like a weather thing. It wasn't fog related. Can't help but wonder if maybe the driver was having some sort of a medical emergency or something like that. I'm sure they'll be given more details, but yeah, the driver did perish there over the weekend. News on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive brought to you by Industrial Injection, serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more. Fuel injection, turbochargers, complete engine solutions, the knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on. IndustrialInjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The FBI says forensic testing links a glove found near Nancy Guthrie's home to a man seen on surveillance footage. Authorities say the investigation remains active. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says Democrats will push ahead with reforms to immigration and customs enforcement. That includes banning agents from wearing masks.
They need to stop the violence. And the question that Americans are asking is, why aren't Republicans going along with these common sense proposals? They're not crazy. They're not way out. They're what every police department in America does.
While speaking on CNN's State of the Union, Schumer called ICE a rogue force that must be reined in as funding for the Department of Homeland Security lapsed amid a partisan battle over immigration policy. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $2.92. Mono County, California is up to $5.68, while Oklahoma County, Oklahoma, $1.86. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled. And it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives. And MediShare is proven you can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Investigators say DNA recovered from a glove near Nancy Guthrie's home is consistent with a glove worn by a suspect who was captured on video. Authorities stress no arrests have yet been made. The FBI continues canvassing the area as the disappearance stretches into week number 3. Congressman Thomas Massie says he has no confidence in former Florida Attorney General Pam Bondi over the handling of the Jeffrey Epstein files.
Ultimately, it's her who is responsible for the document production, according to our law. The Attorney General, it's not Todd Blanche, it's not the people below them. You can assign tasks to people, but you can't assign your responsibility.
Well, appearing on ABC's This Week, Massie criticized the Department of Justice for mistakes in document production and said more accountability is needed as the investigation continues. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries says dramatic changes are needed at the Department of Homeland Security before Congress passes a new funding bill pushing for reforms to immigration and customs enforcement after public outcry over controversial enforcement actions. He appeared on CBS's Face the Nation.
We know, and the American people clearly know, that ICE is totally out of control and they need to be reined in because the American people deserve immigration enforcement that is fair, that is just, and that is humane.
Democrats are seeking requirements such as body cameras, warrant rules, and limits on masks for agents, while Republicans argue those changes are impractical as a partial DHS funding lapse looms. The U.S. women's curling team rallied from a 2-point deficit to beat China 6-5 in Cortina. Curler Tabitha Peterson says teamwork has been key.
Trusting the sweepers and knowing that they know what the speed is. They tell me the time to throw, and I throw it.
Team USA improves 4-1 in the round robin and sits 1 win shy of first place, facing Italy on Monday as they aim for a top spot in the standings. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, so indeed, we cross over the midnight hour there on the West Coast. Welcome to a brand new week. Got us a Monday. President's Day, of course. Bidu's on board. Hello, Bidu. Checking in. Good morning, Steve and the overnight crew. James checks in from Woodstock, Georgia, says we're looking forward to a nice, warm week here. Yeah, could be talking some, potentially some record highs for mid-February, especially for the second half of the week there in parts of the southeast. Meanwhile, Santa Claus checking in on the West Coast. Heads up, he said Caltrans is set up now. They're checking all trucks for maximum chains before allowing you to proceed. All right, checkpoints. State Line westbound, then at Applegate on the eastbound side along I-80. Yeah, through the week ahead, they said, we're going to see periodic shutdowns of I-80 there. Donner anticipating quite a bit of snowfall here for the week ahead. All right, thanks for the heads up there, Santa Claus. Hello to Scrapyard, waving all 5, getting the new week started here. See if we get back to the phones. And Ed, is it Red or Ed? Who we got?
Oh, it's Red, R-E-D.
Hello, Red.
Yeah, how you been?
Well, I'm doing all right. Did you have a good Valentine's Day?
Oh, it was wonderful.
There you go.
Yeah, we had a nice, relaxing day. We stayed home,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Regarding Mrs. Guthrie's pacemaker, why they're looking for it.
Yeah.
It doesn't shut off when you die. You have to use a magnet on it. I don't know if you remember whenever you were in the hospital, there's a big red metal cart. They call it a crash cart. It has all the supplies on it for any type of crisis. Well, we used to have a magnet on there, too. If somebody didn't make it, we'd shut off their pacemaker with a magnet.
Huh.
So I guess it's still ticking, even if she expired, and maybe that's why they can locate it, what he said, with Bluetooth, Grump said.
Apparently, yeah, I wasn't familiar that they had that going on. I guess they're trying to ping it or something to see if they can find her.
Yeah. So that's probably why. And you know what I always wanted to ask you? Did you ever win a Marconi Award?
That would be negative. No, ma'am. No.
No. How's that work? Do you have to get nominated?
Honestly, I'm not real sure how it works. I mean, several of my cohorts in crime over the year have won Marconis, and I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one guy, he's actually got 2 Marconis under his belt.
Billy.
Yeah, Billy. That's correct.
Yeah, we listen to him too. Yeah. Okay, I just wondered because you provide such a good service and you have such a great show, And I thought, well, that's how it goes. I guess somebody has to nominate you.
I think that's the case. Yeah. Hey, but I appreciate the compliment there, Red. I thank you for tuning in.
No, certainly. Okay. You take care then. Bye-bye.
All right. There you go. Okay. So you learn something new every day. I was not aware. So the pacemaker would still be ticking, but nothing else is working, I guess, if that's how it works. Other industry headlines. Yeah. The big announcement, official last week, the elimination of what they called the endangerment finding when it comes to the EPA rules. That's going to have profound impact on car and truck manufacturers. How is it going to impact the trucking industry in particular was the question being asked by FreightWaves. First of all, What is the endangerment finding? To understand the effect of the EPA's final rule, you have to understand the endangerment finding. Back in 1999, environmental groups asked the EPA to regulate greenhouse gases from vehicles under the Clean Air Act. In 2003, the EPA denied that request, stating it had no authority to do so, which prompted legal challenges. In 2007, the Supreme Court ruled greenhouse gases do count as air pollutants under that law. That meant the EPA could regulate them, but only after answering one key question. Do these gases, could they endanger public health and welfare? The EPA's answer to that question was the endangerment finding. Finalized in December of 2009, it became the legal trigger for later vehicle greenhouse gas rules. The finding was challenged in court, but a federal appeals court upheld it in 2012, and it stuck. So now what does withdrawing that finding do? The EPA's final rule invalidates some big-ticket vehicle emission rules, but not all of them. Challenges are sure to come, they tell us. Perhaps the biggest rule on the chopping block is the greenhouse gas emission standards for heavy-duty vehicles, known Phase 3, which would apply to model year 2027 to 2032. That rule was the one that would have effectively required 25% of all sleeper cab tractors to be zero direct emissions by 2032. It is not clear how withdrawing the endangerment finding will affect truck manufacturers' designs as we move forward. Model year 2027 vehicles will likely come out in the second half of this year. Those rules and their passenger vehicle counterparts have been blamed for sharp increases in new vehicle prices, as we know. Since the 1990s, the Consumer Price Index for new vehicles hovered around 145. After 2021, the index skyrocketed to nearly 180. Now, according to the EPA, eliminating the endangerment finding will save the taxpayers, me and you, more than $1.3 trillion in regulatory compliance costs. Motorists will save $2,400 on average per vehicle. The EPA also claims the new rule will lower the cost of living on all products by making trucks cheaper. Now, what the final rule does not do, it is worth noting. The endangerment finding paved the way for regulations on greenhouse gas emissions. Vehicle emission regulations that do not deal with greenhouse gases are not affected by the finding. That includes rules that require diesel exhaust fluid and diesel particulate filters. Those regulations deal with particulate matter, not greenhouse gases. They actually predate the endangerment finding. Although withdrawing the endangerment finding will have no effect on diesel exhaust fluid, the EPA has already made some moves addressing that issue. Earlier this month, the EPA demanded information about DEF failures from manufacturers. That kind of sets the stage to roll back rules from model year 2027 and newer trucks. That follows the guidance from last year that relaxed the DEF D-rate schedules. In January, the Department of Justice said they will no longer seek criminal charges in DEF and DFP tampering cases, as we know. All right, so next on the list, rescinding the endangerment finding, as we said, will likely face legal challenges that will put the manufacturers in limbo. California's Attorney General has already announced the state is going to challenge this illegal action in court and will continue fighting to defend public health, uphold environmental justice, and protect future generations. More lawsuits are likely to follow. The endangerment finding has survived legal challenges, including in the D.C. Circuit Court. That decision partially relied on what they call the Chevron doctrine. However, the Supreme Court struck down the Chevron doctrine back in 2024, leaving the issue open for relitigation. So any sort of a courtroom battle will likely be lengthy, and that's going to put the manufacturers between a rock and a hard place. On the one hand, manufacturers are eager to produce vehicles that are divorced from these current regulations. You know, the Alliance for Automotive Innovation, representing some of the largest automakers, criticized current rules. I've said it before. Automotive emission regulations finalized in the previous administration were extremely challenging for the automakers to achieve, given the current marketplace demand for electric vehicles. The industry in America remains focused on preserving vehicle choice for the consumer, keeping the industry competitive, and staying on a long-term path of emission reductions and cleaner vehicles. On the other hand, there is no guarantee the EPA's withdrawal of the endangerment finding will survive the legal challenges. Given that designing and engineering new vehicles requires several years of planning ahead, the manufacturers would actually be taking a big gamble right now by designing future trucks that will not comply with Phase 3 rules. To lose that bet could cost billions of dollars. So there's a lot at stake, and there's a lot in limbo here when it comes to what kind of design will the new cars and trucks be going after. Vic joins us on a Monday.
Yeah, good morning, Steve. Real quick, you were talking about the beef thing. That's what Earl Butz used to always call the politics of agriculture. And I think a lot of people need the regulatory structure might need a course in that, because they talk about raising the price of soybeans for grain farmers. You can do that, but when you do that, you're going to raise the cost of feed for the animal industry. And on and on it goes. You increase the cost of fertilizer, that increased cost for both of them. So there are so many variables there, and it's the indecision that these ranchers are having to go through, because that cattle cycle, it doesn't change, from the time that the calf is dropped to the time that you get a steer or whatever going to the packing plant. And that's the other part of it. A lot of the packing plants are closing, and that increased distance, shipping distance, that increases the shrink on the cattle, and on it goes. So I'm not exactly sure what it's going to take to solve this, other than time. And of course, the one thing that would help, but I think they're about to get the upper hand on the screw worm. But we'll just have to wait and see how that goes. Mm-hmm. But what I started to say is, what I called in about was, you were talking about these chameleon carriers. Whenever I started out on my sojourn almost 3 decades ago now, and nobody was interested, because they were training all these people to become truck drivers. And a lot of young kids that I knew would go off and become a truck driver, and they'd come back within a year mad as hell and didn't want anything to do with trucks or anything else, which struck me as odd. And then when I got into the system, when I went to truck driving school, I started from the bottom and did the whole thing. And I went to a truck driving school that was started by Cummins Engines, and then they had sold out. But basically at that time, they were getting a lot of people on this Job Partnership Training Act, and they were, training them to be truck drivers. And at the time I went to it, Greyhound had just had a strike, and UPS had a strike, and there were Greyhound and UPS drivers in that school, and they were making them go through the school, and they were also sending people through the school that they had never basically seen a truck. Like the one guy, he asked me something about if they were automatics, and I thought maybe he'd been driving one of those dump trucks that had automatics, and I just asked him, I said, well, what type of truck have you driven? Well, I've driven a pickup. And it's like, oh, Lordy. And 3 weeks from now, you're going to be out there with 70 feet of rolling death. Okay, but that was the way it went. And usually those guys that didn't have a lot of experience, they would wind up having some sort of an incident with a major carrier. It might just be hitting something in a dock or whatever, but that would go on their record. And for them to get hard with another major carrier, they had to have pretty much 3 years of safe driving. Well, what would happen was these less than reputable trucking companies, they were waiting for those type of people, and they would hire them at reduced wages and worse conditions and everything else, and they would get tangled up in with these chameleon trucking companies, and those chameleon trucking companies, they would start them up and say they didn't have any experience. They'd run them for a while before they got the major DOT inspection, and then they'd say they'd try to beat as many people as they could out of money, and then they'd shut down and they'd start another one and lie like dogs and said, no, they haven't had any other trucking experience. And, of course, nobody ever checked up on them, and they'd put it in somebody else's name, have a buddy, or sometimes they'd even put them in their wife's name. And, it was something that was going on, and a lot of people in the trucking industry knew that, but the regulatory authority, they weren't even concerned about that. And I remember one time whenever I called the DOT and explained all that stuff, and the woman says, well, that's just business. And I said, no, ma'am, I think they're getting close to RICO. And she said, well, your contact number's just been canceled. And that was the way they thought about it. And that was in 2001, somewhere around in there. So now they're getting all excited about it, which, it's about time they got excited about it and go back to the trucking the way it used to be when they had good, reputable carriers and a lot of the union things. And it wasn't only the Teamsters, the American Transport Workers also. And they would get those people, the LTL people and stuff, doing their pickup and drop-offs. They even had a separate dock. And, they would come in because they got held up at the dock for so long, they could either go on or get paid or do whatever they wanted to do. And all that has gone now. And if they would look at some of the common sense rules to make sure that drivers got paid for what they did and also get decent training, because it seemed like whenever I was in that, all the more experienced drivers, they didn't want to go to a high accident dock or something of that nature, because every company, they have them, they know what they are. The safety department has a record of them, and they would send a rookie into a really tough dock. So naturally, they'd wind up having some sort of an incident, or I wouldn't really call it an accident. And the other thing was that whenever you went through your training, you'd be with a trainer, and he would have a top-notch truck in top condition. Then when they'd assign a truck to you, they'd take one of the worst ones in the fleet. Brakes didn't work right, air didn't, nothing worked right on it, I should just say. And so obviously, it was kind of an accident waiting to happen in the beginning. So I was just going to, I hope they get all those lined out and have a different attitude about it now, because that would go a long ways towards solving a lot of the insurance problems and accident problems in the trucking industry and the turnover thing. But that's about all I want to say on that. And the other thing, too, is Schumer wanted to know why ICE people should be wearing masks. Well, it's Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Number one, the customs enforcement part of it, sometimes they do have to work undercover or whatever you want to say. And if one of those people have their face spread all over all over the world on the internet or whatever, that is putting them to an extra risk right there. And the other thing is, with these people going around what they call doxing them, that also increases the risk. And what they should be asking to me is, why are these people hounding the enforcement officers and trying to put as many roadblocks as they can in their path? Now, I don't know if the ICE people never identified themselves whenever they arrested somebody. That needs to be looked into. But most police officers will usually show some sort of identification when they get ready to put somebody under arrest. So if Schumer wants to talk about that's what that's about. And the other thing is, they were talking about the dragnets earlier that they put out for these different people early on. And to me, that just looked like that's what ICE was doing. They were just going to the immigrant communities to where they knew that a lot of these people were, and that's where they would probably find them. And so they were just basically just saturating the area or putting out a dragnet to try to find certain people to get them out. And a lot of that was necessary because the states weren't cooperating with them. So there's just a lot of things that need to be happening there. But all Schumer and them want to do is to basically slow down Trump, because he is addressing the problem. And then whenever they switched tactics and started going into, we'll be looking at the paperwork, now then they're kind of, the opposition's kind of stymied. And I don't know if you had time to look at that deal I sent you about the new bill they passed in Indiana, but the hospitals are upset now because they have to identify who was paid their hospital bill with Medicaid funds. And I really don't know why that's all upsetting, because they were supposed to be doing that in the first place to make sure they were entitled to them. So it's just, and I can't get over the fact that we're having some pushback here in Indiana with the ICE people. I mean, I don't understand that. But because
I saw a headline where I guess they're hitting Indianapolis right now. Is that correct? Hey, we got a pause there. News break. Back in just a moment. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The FBI says forensic testing links a glove found near Nancy Guthrie's home to a man seen on surveillance footage. Authorities say the investigation remains active. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says Democrats will push ahead with reforms to immigration and customs enforcement. That includes banning agents from wearing masks.
They need to stop the violence. And the question that Americans are asking is, why aren't Republicans going along with these common sense proposals? They're not crazy. They're not way out. They're what every police department in America does.
While speaking on CNN's State of the Union, Schumer called ICE a rogue force that must be reined in as funding for the Department of Homeland Security lapsed amid a partisan battle over immigration policy. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $2.92. Mono County, California is up to $5.68, while Oklahoma County, Oklahoma, $1.86. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled. And it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives. And MediShare is proven you can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
As we roll on through the late night, early morning hours, as we get a new day underway, brand new week coming our way. A Plowboy brought that up earlier. You know, it was Valentine's Day weekend, right? And yes, it was not some sort of artificial intelligence generated story. It's true. Athletes at the Olympic Games seem to have embraced Valentine's Day with their trademark Olympic intensity, racing through the free condom supply, leaving the dispensers empty before the big day. Some 10,000 distributed across the city, and a mountain accommodation site by organizers continue a long-standing Olympic practice aimed at promoting safe relationships among the mostly young people Of course, the young, healthy, energetic competitors living in close quarters. By Saturday, the stock had run out. But they've got a week of games yet to go. So, okay. Clearly, this shows Valentine's Day is in full swing at the Village. According to the International Olympic Committee spokesperson, 10,000 have been used, 2,800 athletes. You can go figure, as they say. It is rule number 62 of the Olympic Charter that we have to have a condoms story. Okay. Organizers concede stocks have been depleted by higher than anticipated demand at the games. But we're in the process of restocking. Additional supplies are being delivered and will be distributed across all villages between today and Monday. Well, that was yesterday when they made that statement, so what's going on at the Olympic Games? Well, it's a lot more than just the games we're watching on television and streaming devices. Well, what day is it? Hey, Mike, we didn't hear from Captain Ron this morning. What do you say, Horse Feathers?
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. I would imagine if you checked your streaming device in certain different types of areas, you might be able to see some of those extracurricular activities going on there at the Olympics there. Do they hand out gold, bronze, and silver medals for those activities, or how does that work?
Yeah, good question. Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, all right. Well, if they did, they'd have to be careful. They don't get the medals at breaks there, right?
Yeah. Do they get style points?
Exactly. Yes. Yes. And landing and all that good stuff there. As long as can you keep the French from judging their own people doing that? I mean, what happened with the figure skating there? How come the French people won the figure skating because the French judge rated higher than all the rest of them?
That was one of the controversies. I saw that there.
So shouldn't you have the judge that's the judge for the country that's out there skating not be in the judging of that competition? Throw that one out. Let the and then if the Germans are out there skating, the German judge wouldn't put their points in.
Yeah.
And wouldn't that be a little more on the fair side, you think?
It would eliminate any thought of bias.
Controversy, yeah. So anyways, there's that. Daytona 500, other than being the 25th anniversary that we lost Dale Earnhardt, and it was also, I don't know if anybody caught this or not, it was also the anniversary of the date that he won his Daytona 500. The 15th was the day that was, what was it, the 20th try that he had, and he won on. So that was, I heard that was the anniversary of that day as well. So two anniversaries on the same day for the same race. It's pretty amazing to go with that. Race itself, it got pretty boring in the middle because they had 3 lanes rolling, and they had 3 Toyotas leading all 3 lanes, and they decided to slow the race down about 2 miles an hour so they could conserve in a block of 30 cars separated, by 1 second
right
from the front of the pack to the back, just rolling around, and just waiting for somebody to get edgy, and nobody got quite edgy enough to go 4 wide. And so they just sat there with 3 Toyotas just, holding the field back. And I think NASCAR should have thrown a black flag out for that. Whoever, one of them should have, 1 or 2 of them should have been black flag for riding side by side, because it kind of reminded me of, speed limiter truck driving out on the interstate. Because, was nobody could get around because these three were just sitting there right in the way at the very front. And when one slowed up, then the other two slowed up. And if one sped up a little bit, then the other two sped up a little bit. And it was about the most boring race I think I've ever witnessed. And a couple mistakes made cost people, positions or, being out of the race. And these cars, they're, if you want to call them cars, whatever this kit is that they put together, they don't take being touched. They're so close to on the edge that they don't take being touched. So if you come up behind them and you're not exactly square behind them, then you're going to break them free, and that's pretty much what happened. For pretty much all the wrecks, and that's where Chase Elliott got taken out right at the very end, and where he had a good chance of, if somebody ran square behind him, actually being able to come back and actually go on to win the race. But the last lap melee that happened there, and Reddick just happened to pick the right hole to try to zigzag up through, and instead of trying to stay with the pack, he kind of did some zigzagging, and as I say, and Chase Elliott got touched from the rear and taken out. So, I don't know. It's just, it's not what it used to be. I mean, do you make the engine smaller? Do you go to a V6 motor so that you can't get the high speed out of it, but take the restrictor plate out of it, and let the mechanics do something? But I think the cars themselves have a lot to do with it, that they're so close on the edge that you just can't touch them in any form or matter other than directly square behind on a straightaway, and they just aren't the cars of what we used to have out on the track. And of course, there's nothing that's running out there on Sunday that you can buy on Mondays. Correct. So I don't know.
Yep.
But anyways, so. Drummer Girl, she sent me, I think she meant to send me the story, but only came through with a picture. But it was a picture of a Purdue truck that had gone off the Bridge Bay Tunnel span that goes between Virginia and Virginia there across the lower Chesapeake Bay there. Is the US 13 span that, has the tunnel in the middle there. And so anyways, They said it was fatality, but of course, as all stories go, you never get all the information. So until we find out whether it was a fatality that caused the accident, that caused the bridge to go off, truck to go off the bridge into the water, or whether the truck going off the bridge into the water caused the fatality, I don't know if anybody's come up with a determining factor one way or the other. And I guess, depending on what it is, a medical condition, it might be kind of hard to tell one way or the other, unless of course, they got the cameras and stuff. As I say, it was Purdue, so there's a good possibility that they had driver-facing cameras. Right. So there's a good possibility that they can get that information and find out what the driver was, what his condition was before the accident, during the accident, and possibly after. But anyways, so that happened. Had the weather come through here, and it's pretty much, I think at this point for northern Lancaster County and going to the east has finally come to an end. But the northern Lancaster County was cold, so it came down as snow. Untreated surfaces do have a layer of about an inch of snow on them, anywhere from a half an inch to an inch of snow. And even some of what was treated roads are still back being snow covered again. So things have a chance of being a little bit on the slippery side out here this morning in Lancaster County and to the north. So kind of watch your step, what you're doing. As I say, a little bit further to the east, we're picking up more snow. So I think the cold got down and kind of affected and made the rain change over to snow earlier, and as it continued on, we got heavier snowfall here. Now, I don't know. What else did we have going on? There were a couple things I sent you. I don't know if you got to any of them out of your show prep at all or not, but I guess I guess other than that, I guess that's about what we had for you this morning there. I don't know. Holiday today, right?
President's Day. Yes, sir.
There you go. All right. Well, what does that mean? That means no post office and no banks and things.
Correct.
People want to take advantage of that. So, but other than that, there, I guess as I say, that's probably about what we got going for you there. So, we come up with anything else brilliant there, and a little bit later on, or anything we come up with out here, we'll give you a jingle back there, maybe through the loneliest hour. That's coming pretty quick, though.
That's just around the corner, is it? Yes. All right. Let me see. Pappy brought up the. Yeah, was it Pappy or somebody brought up the Middle East? Matters not. But what's the latest developments? Last week, there were some rumors and rumblings of possibly another carrier group being sent to the region. That apparently is official. The world's largest aircraft carrier has been ordered to sail from the Caribbean back to the Middle East as the president considers possible military action surrounding Iran. President Trump repeatedly has said the U.S. will accept an agreement only if it prevents Iran from having nuclear weapons. It's been using diplomatic pressure backed by military force to push for that outcome. Via Truth Social, the president posted a picture of an aircraft carrier to accentuate the claim. The move by the USS Gerald R. Ford, according to multiple reports citing unnamed government officials, will now put 2 carriers and the accompanying warships in the region. In case we don't make a deal, we'll need it, he told reporters as he left the White House Friday afternoon. If we need it, we have it ready. A very big force. The Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier and 3 guided missile destroyers arrived in the Middle East more than 2 weeks ago. Now, the U.S. has 11 aircraft carriers, and their schedules are usually set well in advance. This marks a quick turnaround for the USS Ford, which is the newest carrier, which the president sent to the Mediterranean, from the Mediterranean to the Caribbean back in October. Yeah, the big buildup over Nicolas Maduro there. Spokesperson for the USS Southern Command, which is responsible for American military presence in the Caribbean, said Friday, while force posture evolves, our operational capability does not. Southcom forces remain fully ready to project power, defend themselves, and protect U.S. interest in the region. Of course, the president then warned on Thursday that Iran failed to reach a deal with the administration would be very traumatic. They had indirect talks in Oman last week. Now, I said, I guess over the next month, something like that, speaking to reporters about a timeline for striking a deal. It should happen quickly, he says. They should agree very quickly. So no longer a speculation about that group. The other headline from Newsmax over the weekend, the U.S. military is preparing, they say, for the possibility of sustained, weeks-long operations against Iran if the president orders. That would mean that could become a far more serious conflict than previously seen between the two. The disclosure by the officials speaking anonymously due to the sensitive nature raises the stakes for the diplomacy that's underway between the two. U.S. officials said Friday the Pentagon sending an additional aircraft carrier, adding thousands more troops, along with fighter aircraft, guided missile destroyers, and other firepower capable of waging attacks and defending against them. Now, President Trump spoke to U.S. troops on Friday at a base in North Carolina, said it's been difficult to make a deal with Iran. Sometimes you have to have fear. That's the only thing that really will get the situation taken care of. Asked for comment on the preparations for a potentially sustained operation. Press spokesperson Ann Kelly said President Trump has all options on the table. He listens to a variety of perspectives on any given issue. He makes the final decision based on what is best for our country and national security. No comment from the Pentagon, but latest developments there in the Middle East. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, rolling towards news break, top of the hour. Just around the corner. Meanwhile, big lawsuit payouts back in the spotlight in several states. In one state, a liability bill could send truck insurance costs soaring. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has long pushed to rein in lawsuit abuse. OIDA said some trial lawyers are getting more aggressive. They chase big payouts and dig into the pockets of truck drivers. Even when those drivers had little or no fault in the crash. Now, starting with Maryland. In Maryland, several groups, including OIDA, are warning about a bill that would scrap limits on pain and suffering awards in injury cases. Maryland first set a cap on non-economic damages back in 1986. At that time, the cap was set at $350,000. Today, that cap is at $965,000. The amount increases by $15,000 every year. Even higher payouts are allowed in certain wrongful death cases. Right now, juries are not told about the cap. If they award more than the limit, a judge cuts it back. But a bill scheduled for a February 18 hearing, I guess Wednesday of this week, before the House Judiciary Committee would remove the cap. The Maryland Alliance for Fair Liberty Laws says this is a bad idea, arguing that pain and suffering are subjective hard to measure. Maryland already has one of the highest caps in the country. They say removing this limit could lead to more lawsuits and larger jackpot verdicts. If passed, House Bill 476 could raise commercial truck insurance premiums by up to 30%. Personal auto insurance premiums could jump by as much as 19%. Supporters of the bill say the courts, not lawmakers, should decide how much money somebody deserves. Senate version of the bill is also set for a hearing on the 18th. The Maryland Alliance for Fair Liability Laws has actually provided a forum for residents to make their voices heard with lawmakers in the state there. Meanwhile, New York lawmakers are taking a different path. A liability bill backed by Senator Monica Martinez would limit what certain drivers can collect after a crash. The cap would apply if the person suing were driving without insurance or driving under the influence. A driver convicted of a felony during which the accident occurred would also have damages limited, they say. In those cases, they would only recover property damage, medical bills, and lost wages directly tied to the crash. No extra damages. S 8905 makes it clear limits still apply even if the person suing helped to cause the crash. Of course, New York drivers already have some of the highest insurance rates in the nation. 844-844-3388. News on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive brought to you by Industrial Injection, heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines built for the trucks that cannot afford downtime.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The FBI says forensic testing links a glove found near Nancy Guthrie's home to a man seen on surveillance footage. A previously detained individual has been released. Authorities say the investigation remains active and the search continues in Arizona. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says Democrats will push ahead with reforms to immigration and customs enforcement. That includes banning agents from wearing masks.
They need to stop the violence. And the question that Americans are asking is, why aren't Republicans going along with these common sense proposals? They're not crazy. They're not way out. They're what every police department in America does.
While speaking on CNN's State of the Union, Schumer called ICE a rogue force that must be reined in as funding for the Department of Homeland Security lapsed amid a partisan battle over immigration policy. Border Czar Tom Homan says ICE operations will continue as normal despite the lapse in Department of Homeland Security funding. Other DHS agencies, including TSA, could be affected. Employees are going to be working without pay, so travelers are facing possible delays.
So, no, the immigration mission, the reason why President Trump was elected to be president, continues. We have the most secure border in history of the nation. We got record numbers of arrests and deportations. That will continue.
Homan made those comments on CNN's State of the Union, emphasizing that immigration enforcement will not be interrupted. The U.S. women's hockey team has advanced to the medal round at the Winter Games in Milan. Team USA, perfect in 5 games and outscoring opponents 26-1, faces Sweden tomorrow in the semifinals. Forward Layla Edwards says the team knows it has a target on its back.
They are. Obviously, we have a good crowd behind you. It helps out. So, yeah, I expected it.
The winner will play either Canada or Switzerland for the gold medal on Thursday. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $2.92. Mono County, California is up to $5.68, while Oklahoma County, Oklahoma, $1.86. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Oklahoma's SNAP Healthy Food Waiver now bans candy, soda, and sugary drinks from food stamp purchases. Officials say it promotes healthier choices, while critics warn it may limit options for low-income families, although benefit amounts and eligibility remain unchanged. Parts of the federal government are shut down for the week as Congress takes a 10-day recess.
Homan said ICE is expected to function normally, even though funding for the Department of Homeland Security expired just after midnight on Saturday.
And ICE has continued to enforce law across the country. They're already funded. Now, the ICE officers won't be getting paid, but they're getting used to that, it seems like.
Homan made the comment on CNN's State of the Union. About 13% of all civilian federal employees are being affected, and because of the shutdown, travelers could see delays at airports where TSA employees are expected to work without pay. I'm Lisa Carton.
Bad news for tater tot lovers. There's been an expansion on a recall that started last year.
Nearly 650,000 pounds of tater tots now being recalled due to plastic contamination. This is an expansion of the December 3rd recall. The FDA says the compromised tots were distributed to food service operators and not grocery stores in 28 states. The product originated from McCain Foods in Idaho and sold under the Ore-Ida and Cisco brands. Health officials say the tots need to be tossed. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injector Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, what do you say? I get that final hour off and rolling here on a Monday. Yeah, 16th day of February already. In an already short month, there are only 28 days here. Meanwhile, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Hello to the hired gun checking in. Good morning, all the cool kids. 50 degrees, foggy here in Kingston, Georgia this morning. Time to make the donuts. All right, there's Phil checking in from Florida. Rick in Columbus on board. I guess you're happy to see it's getting close to baseball season once again, right? Pitchers and catchers have already reported. He said the Powerball is at $154 million now. And Heidi Ho from the Asphalt Soldier checking in. 30 degrees in Sugar Grove this early Monday. All right, the change of the seasons. Of course, we're really beginning to see things starting to warm up in portions of the country this week. Seasonal weight limit regulations have been or will be enacted in several Midwestern states here in the near future. On February 6th, the Wisconsin Department of Transportation declared the frozen road law was in effect statewide. Now, the frozen road law allows heavier loads for trucks carrying logs that are cut crosswise, not including chips, as well as salt and sand for winter maintenance. Yeah, there's a map displaying seasonal weight restrictions you can find online. State transportation officials said temperature forecasts are monitored to help determine when the roads are frozen to accommodate those heavier loads. In the state of Michigan, Michigan will begin enforcing their spring weight restrictions starting tomorrow, Tuesday, February 17. The restrictions apply to all state truck line highways north of the Indiana-Ohio border there. Routes that are designated as all-season routes will not have any reduction in legal axle weight. On routes that are designated seasonal, there will be a 25% weight reduction for rigid pavements, 35% reduction for what they call flexible pavements. Extended permits will be valid for oversize only in the weight-restricted areas. Single-trip permits will not be issued within the restricted area for overweight loads or loads exceeding 14 feet in width, 11 axles, and 150 feet in overall length. Looks like seasonal load restrictions in South Dakota are actually taking effect today in the Pierre, South Dakota region and on highways near Rapid City, Aberdeen, and Mitchell starting on Tuesday. South Dakota DOT said they'll continue to monitor the daily high and low temperatures to avoid imposing restrictions longer than necessary. Lastly, the state DOT said reducing the number of miles that must be load restrictions remains a focus of the highway construction program. Several states being impacted. Yeah, things begin to warm up. Things begin to thaw out. And Eagle gets things underway this final hour. Welcome back, Eagle.
Okay. Yeah, that was something else I wanted to talk about, Steve, tonight. I wanted to say one quick thing about NASCAR before I get into what I wanted to talk about. I had said earlier, I heard some other people comment on what I had said. So, NASCAR, one guy said it was one of the most boring. And like I said, that's not what it's all about. The three wide racing. Nobody's moving, nothing's happening. They got to do better than that. It's the most, the number one race of the year for NASCAR, and a lot of people was watching on television, and I like to see what the ratings was, and besides that, Steve, the equipment. These cars are valued at a lot of money. They put a lot of money into these vehicles to get them out there, and then the smash. Half the field was smashed up, and those cars might not even be able to be used again. Some of them won't be able to be used again. The frames and everything is all damaged on them. So you got to think about the extremes. The owners, they got to be, when they see their car trashed out after one of these big accidents, they got 4 restricted plate races a year, 2 at Talladega and 2 at Daytona. So they got 4 races. They got 3 other races to go with these cars. So we'll see. And plus the playoffs, I forgot about that. They might go to the playoffs. So you never know how many times they're going to be at a restricted plate. But, I wanted to talk about this situation with this woman in Arizona, the woman that's still missing. I don't know if you've seen the videos, Steve, that's going around on different social media things. There's some people out there that believe that, everybody's talking about, well, maybe one of the reasons why they can't find the person they're looking for is because they're looking for the wrong person, because it might be a woman. If they've blown up the mask and looked at real closely at the eyes and the face of this individual on that door cam, and some people believe that it could be a woman that might have been involved in this situation. So they might be looking for they might be looking for a man when they really need to be looking for a woman, from what I'm understanding. And they still haven't come up, since we last talked over the weekend. They haven't got any other thing.
Right.
His glove. With his glove, they claim they found. They said that, I don't know why it's taking so long. They claimed that it had some DNA in there, or whoever had that glove on. So I don't know why is it taking these people so long to come up with if it's a match or not. They take it way too long in this situation. So we still don't know nothing new. I know she's devil. I seen a video tonight. It's heartbreaking. You could see the devastation on this woman's face. Her daughter, she made another video begging for these people to release her or make some kind of a deal, and you could she looks real bad. It's gotta be taking a toll on her. I know I would be heartbroken if my mom was missing for 2 or 3 weeks like that. You don't know where the hell she's at. So all I can say is prayer for her and her family, and hopefully these people can find their mother, whether she's dead or alive, so they can get some closure in this. Because I hate to see her making a video like that. She really looks devastated, and I thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, Savannah's looking pretty rough right now, that's for sure. And questions about is she ever going to return to the Today Show? We touched on that in the first hour. Kind of like, I guess, feeling some guilt for her being in as high of a profile, as visible as she is nationally. Yeah, that may be a contributing cause to why her mother's missing. Of course, everything initially pointed that direction, with the $6 million Bitcoin ransom and all. But I just, seems like law enforcement is kind of at wit's end. Nothing, can't find a smoking gun anywhere. And, of course, from the very get-go, there has never been anything to prove that this woman is still actually even alive, proof of life. All right, clear lines, 844-844-3388. Last week, a federal appeals court ruled that the Department of Homeland Security can indeed end temporary protected status for 3 countries, marking a significant immigration enforcement victory for the Trump administration. The 9th U.S. Court of Appeals unanimously determined that Homeland Security can end deportation protection for nearly 90,000 immigrants from, you've got the countries of Nepal, Honduras, and Nicaragua. TPS, temporary protected status, was never designed to be permanent. Yet previous administrations have used it as a de facto amnesty program for decades. This decision overturned a December order from a district judge out of San Francisco. The rule of law demands that when executive officials exceed their authority, they must be held to account, according to the judge, Trina Thompson, claiming that Homeland Security's termination of protected status for those 3 countries was unlawful. The appellate court found the lower court erred, stating that the Trump administration is likely to succeed in its argument regarding Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem's decision-making process, adding the decision was neither arbitrary nor capricious. Specifically, the government can likely show that the administrative record adequately supports the Secretary's action, that the temporary protected status does not require the Secretary to consider intervening country conditions arising after the events that led to that initial temporary status designation. And the Secretary's decision not to consider intervening conditions does not amount to an unexplained change in policy. I think the Nepal designation was the massive earthquake that occurred over there. And how many years has that been? It's been quite a length of time. So, meanwhile, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
It's no secret today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, stores and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Another topic discussed a bit earlier was the SAVE Act, looking to require identification to vote nationally. I guess I don't know what the numbers are. How many states do not require identification? I've shared on many occasions that I have presented ID every time I voted since the age of 18. Our state requires identification. Now, the president on Friday said that this whole debate, that voter identification requirements, he said they will be in place for November's midterm election. Even if Congress fails to pass the SAVE Act. How he's going to accomplish it, I'm not sure. The president made the pledge in a post on Truth Social, signaling he's prepared to pursue alternative legal avenues via executive order if the legislation stalls in the Senate. Democrats refuse to vote for voter identification or citizenship. The reason is very simple, he says. They want to continue to cheat in elections. This is not what our founders desired. I have searched the depths of legal arguments not yet articulated or vetted on this subject and will be presenting an irrefutable one in the very near future, he said again on Friday. He went on to say there will be voter ID in the midterm elections. Whether approved by Congress or not. Also, the people of our country are insisting on citizenship and no mail-in ballots with the exception of military, disability, illness, or travel. The House passed the voter ID measure last week, but it's long odds when it comes to the Senate where they're not going to secure 60 votes, right, to overcome the filibuster. In a follow-up post, the president said he would move forward with executive action if Congress doesn't send the legislation to his desk. If we can't get it through Congress, there are legal reasons why this scam is not permitted. I will be presenting them shortly in the form of an executive order. Now, he sharply criticized all this opposition to voter ID requirements, calling the Democrats horrible, disingenuous cheaters. We can't let the Democrats get away with no voter ID any longer. Now, he said Democrat leaders publicly oppose voter ID while privately dismissing concerns. They have all sorts of reasons why it shouldn't be passed, and then boldly laugh in the back rooms after their ridiculous presentations. If it weren't such a serious matter, it would be considered a total joke. Now, he went on to say no voter ID is even crazier and more ridiculous than men playing in women's sports, open borders, or transgender for everyone. Republicans have to put this at the top of every speech. It is a cannot miss for re-election in the midterms and beyond. Even Democrat voters agree. 85% say that there should be identification to vote. But you've got Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries. It's only the political leaders, crooked losers like Schumer and Jeffries. They have no shame and explain why it's racist and every other thing they can think of. All right, we must fight this right now. 844-844-3388. Couple minutes before we hit news break here. Let me see. Take two, Pappy. What'd you have on your mind?
Steve, I just thought of something. There's been some scuttlebutt. Tell me if you've heard this, or maybe if you can do some search, that they are talking about trying to change the law to where if a child is born in the United States, you automatically become a citizen. There's talk about both parents need to be a citizen for that child to automatically get citizenship by birth. So it's a rumor I heard. I heard some people were talking about it, thinking about trying to get it passed. Obviously,
I do believe the president is pushing to end that birthrights, because that kind of goes back to what we were talking a couple of weeks ago, this whole tourism business of birthing babies in this country to be a citizen.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So keep an eye on that, bud. We'll see what happens. That's all I got, man. I appreciate it. Thanks a bunch. Watch your six.
All right. Thank you, Pappy. There you go. So let me see. About a minute before news break. I could pull up here just in recent days, you have some of the headlines, a guide to some of the briefs in support of ending birthright citizenship. That was posted literally on Friday from the Supreme Court of the United States blog, where they're taking that up. All right. What do you say? 844-844-3388. Clear lines here on a Monday. Got a round in third, headed toward home. Coming up, more details. We know the fraud scenario, Minneapolis or Minnesota as a whole, off the rails. Other states now discovering similar scenarios. California may be the granddaddy of all, to the tune possibly of $250 billion in fraud. Yeah, more coming up just ahead. News on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive brought to you by Industrial Injection. Since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us for fuel injection, turbochargers, and engine solutions from light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The FBI says forensic testing links a glove found near Nancy Guthrie's home to a man seen on surveillance footage. A previously detained individual has been released. Authorities say the investigation remains active and the search continues in Arizona. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says Democrats will push ahead with reforms to immigration and customs enforcement. That includes banning agents from wearing masks.
They need to stop the violence. And the question that Americans are asking is, why aren't Republicans going along with these common sense proposals? They're not crazy. They're not way out. They're what every police department in America does.
While speaking on CNN's State of the Union, Schumer called ICE a rogue force that must be reined in as funding for the Department of Homeland Security lapsed amid a partisan battle over immigration policy. Border Czar Tom Homan says ICE operations will continue as normal despite the lapse in Department of Homeland Security funding. Other DHS agencies, including TSA, could be affected. Employees are going to be working without pay, so travelers are facing possible delays.
So, no, the immigration mission, the reason why President Trump was elected to be president, continues. We have the most secure border in history of the nation. We got record numbers of arrests and deportations that will continue.
Homan made those comments on CNN's State of the Union, emphasizing that immigration enforcement will not be interrupted. The U.S. women's hockey team has advanced to the medal round at the Winter Games in Milan. Team USA, perfect in 5 games and outscoring opponents 26-1, faces Sweden tomorrow in the semifinals. Forward Layla Edwards says the team knows it has a target on its back.
They are. Obviously, we have a good crowd behind you. It helps out. So, yeah, I expected it.
The winner will play either Canada or Switzerland for the gold medal on Thursday. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $2.92. Mono County, California is up to $5.68, while Oklahoma County, Oklahoma, $1.86. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Oklahoma's SNAP Healthy Food Waiver now bans candy, soda, and sugary drinks from food stamp purchases. Officials say it promotes healthier choices, while critics warn it may limit options for low-income families, although benefit amounts and eligibility remain unchanged. Parts of the federal government are shut down for the week as Congress takes a 10-day recess.
Homan said ICE is expected to function normally, even though funding for the Department of Homeland Security expired just after midnight on Saturday.
And ICE has continued to enforce law across the country. They're already funded. Now, the ICE officers won't be getting paid, but they're getting used to that, it seems like.
Homan made the comment on CNN's State of the Union. About 13% of all civilian federal employees are being affected, and because of the shutdown, travelers could see delays at airports where TSA employees are expected to work without pay. I'm Lisa Carton.
Bad news for tater tot lovers. There's been an expansion on a recall that started last year.
Nearly 650,000 pounds of tater tots now being recalled due to plastic contamination. This is an expansion of the December 3rd recall. The FDA says the compromised tots were distributed to food service operators and not grocery stores in 28 states. The product originated from McCain Foods in Idaho and sold under the Ore-Ida and Cisco brands. Health officials say the tots need to be tossed. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
This is a week we've all been waiting for.
Back on a Monday. We were talking beef prices earlier. Drummer Girl chimed in. New York Strip steak prices. $19 a pound at Giant. $14 a pound at, is it Weiss? If you have the loyalty card, $9 a pound. So it's $10 a pound less with a loyalty card from one location to the other. You're going to pay $19 or $9. How much markup is the grocery store charging, she says. I refused the trailer they loaded for me. It was a storage-only trailer. Last inspection was done in 2019. Okay. Probably a smart decision, right? Yeah, meanwhile, Johnson & Johnson, this has been in the news for a number of years here. The lawsuits in regards to cancer, specifically ovarian cancer. A jury in Pennsylvania awarding $250,000 to the family of a woman who sued Johnson & Johnson, alleging their talc-based baby powder was to blame for her ovarian cancer. There are, hundreds or thousands of such lawsuits that have been filed. Now, the jury in the Philadelphia Court of Common Pleas siding with the family member who claimed that Johnson & Johnson knew for years their talc-based products were dangerous, but failed to warn consumers. Jurors awarding Emerson, or the family, I should say, $50,000 in compensatory damages, $200,000 in punitive damages. In a statement, Johnson & Johnson's vice president of litigation says the company plans to appeal. This token verdict reflects the jury's appreciation that the claims were meritless, divorced from the science. Now, the law firm that represented the family said in a statement that the jury found Johnson & Johnson's product and corporate conduct was directly responsible for the death of Miss Emerson. While the award is less than we hoped and significantly less than the amount necessary to punish Johnson & Johnson for their conduct, we're moving forward. Emerson, a Pennsylvania resident, sued back in 2019 and died 6 months later. At the age of 68, according to the court records, her son and daughter took over the plaintiffs after she passed of metastatic ovarian cancer. They say she had used Johnson & Johnson's baby powder from 1969 to 2017. When she learned from a relative it was associated with an increased risk of ovarian cancer. She had been diagnosed with the cancer 2 years earlier. Of course, Johnson & Johnson facing lawsuits in federal and state courts with more than 67,000 plaintiffs alleging that their talc-based products contained asbestos and caused not only ovarian but other cancers as well. The company has battled that their products are safe and they do not contain asbestos and do not cause cancer. But nonetheless, they stopped selling their talc-based baby powder back in 2020, opting for the cornstarch product. They've sought to resolve the litigation through bankruptcy, a proposal that's been rejected 3 times by federal courts, most recently in April of just last year. Those bankruptcies had put most ovarian cancer cases on hold. The first case to go to trial at the end of the bankruptcy-related pause actually resulted in a California jury awarding some $40 million to 2 women back in December. There are several additional cases slated for trial in state courts in the coming months. But you do the math. If you've got 67,000 different cases out there, and in one case it's a $40 million award, in another case it's $250,000, they'd never be able to survive and pay the amount of monies that are potentially on the table here for Johnson & Johnson. But All right, 844-844-3388. Next up, Junior, I do believe. What's going on, Junior?
Oh, we're just riding around having lots of fun. Thanks for taking my call, Steve. Great show. I enjoy every once in a while when I get a chance. I got a question for you. How long is the American people going to put up with that ding-dong Chuck Schumer?
Right.
I mean, can that conehead be voted out? I mean, nice guy that he is.
Well, we're talking New York, and obviously, no, that's the people. That's they're right up his alley, I guess, with all his leftist ways.
Yeah, I mean, between him and AOC, they have definitely got the market cornered up on shampoo labels.
Mm-hmm.
But anyhow, but thanks for your show. I appreciate it. You keep me awake a lot of mornings when I've got other things I should be doing. But anyhow, I'll let you go and get on to another caller. And I was just kind of wondering how long can that conehead stay in place?
If there was ever the quintessential example of why we need term limits, he's one of those said examples. Yeah, right alongside Maxine Waters. Yeah, the list is rather lengthy, and it goes across the aisle. It's not all a one-sided thing. But all right, I mentioned there before the news break, California corruption. I don't think anybody's going to be surprised. The Republican gubernatorial candidate, this guy would like to be the next governor. Steve Hilton said over the weekend that his campaign-aligned watchdog group has identified hundreds of millions of dollars in taxpayer fraud in the state, estimating a total of $250 billion of fraud in California. That's $250 billion, folks. Of course, the worst in the nation, the biggest fraud is going on right here in California, he says. Yeah, we're just getting started here. Now, he said federal and state level scrutiny has accelerated in recent months and pointed out that his campaign has launched what they call CalDOGE, the California Department of Government Efficiency, to try and root out the fraud there. We published our first fraud report. Now, we just found this in a matter of days, going through the budget. $370 million stolen from the cannabis tax, which was supposed to be going to substance abuse prevention, actually being siphoned off to Democrat activist causes like voter registration and pushing narratives, as they call it, to help them politically. A slush fund for Democrat politics. Now, he said his group has referred that for prosecution, vowing we're going to uncover all of this. I'll ask, how are you going to stop fraud if you actually become the next governor? Now, he said he's running as a team with a proposed running mate for state comptroller and another for attorney general. The comptroller, he said, has the power to audit every single organization that receives state money and then turn off that money flow where the fraud and corruption exist. And he's going to prosecute the fraud, and we're going to get the money back. But the big point about all of this is when we find and stop the fraud, that's how we reduce spending, which is how we cut taxes. This is what I'm going to do as governor of California. I don't know, as a Republican, does he stand a chance there in the state of California? That's what, last Republican was what, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Did he win on name recognition status there? All right, it's 844-844-3388. Well, we got revised or refreshed, as they call it, employment numbers from the federal government that revealed the truck driver purge over the last 2 years was even bigger than previously reported, which could be good news for those who actually have survived for nearly 4 years. Yeah, truck drivers have been suffering through a freight recession that has depressed rates. Post-pandemic economic activity boosted rates that led to that surge of new carriers and new drivers into the industry. That ultimately led to a glut of drivers, putting that downward pressure on the rates that really have yet to come back. Some of the previous government data had put peak trucking employment at nearly 1,588,000. That was in July of 22, after all that surge into the industry, since which the industry has been purging itself of excess drivers, but it never seems to be enough. More than 50,000 drivers were eliminated in 2023, most of that a result of the collapse of Yellow. An additional 18,000 jobs lost in 2024. Last year, the federal government implemented new policies that said they could displace about 200,000 truck drivers. That included the non-domiciled CDL rules and the English proficiency regulations. However, last month's federal employment report showed a net loss of only 3,500 truck drivers last year. What happened to the so-called purge? Well, last Wednesday, the Bureau of Labor Statistics released the first employment report here for the new year, which included revisions to the data for the past 5 years. Those revisions tell a completely different story that may give truck drivers some renewed optimism here in 2026. The revised data revealing 28,000 truck drivers were eliminated from the industry last year, which was about 8 times the initial report. In 2024, it was 41,000 fewer drivers, a loss that's more than double the previous reports. Yeah, how many truck drivers has the industry purged since the peak back in 2022? Old data showed a loss of 75,000 trucking jobs from July of 22 to December of last year. New data puts that employment at nearly 1,589,000. October of 22, there's about 122,000 fewer truck drivers since then. That's about 50,000 more than was previously thought. All right, the trucking factors out there. I don't know, how do you get the numbers wrong by like 8 times the number?
This Jack Criswell?
Yeah.
Jack, listen, this here R.D. Mercer, you in charge of keeping up that cemetery down there?
Yeah, you bet.
Well, listen, I got you the fellow that I'm getting ready to get sideways of. I was down here visiting my cousins. I'm from Ardmore. I was down here visiting my cousins, and they was telling me that the last time they was out there at the graveyard, that the boys that was taking care of the maintenance over there was well, what they was doing was taking a leak on my Uncle Jesse's grave out there. They was being disrespectful. And I don't appreciate it none.
Well, I find that very hard to believe.
They said they seen you out there doing it. You and some of your fellows is working on that thing out there, taking a leak.
Whoever that was, they lied to you.
No, they didn't lie to me a bit. I guarantee you they ain't. They's church-going women, and they seen you out there. They was putting pansies on their relatives' graves, and they seen it happening.
And who was it?
They said it was you and some fellas out there you had working for you was drinking beer and telling loud, nasty jokes and dancing around, and then they was taking a whiz out there.
What's your name, sir?
R.D. by God Mercer. Now, Uncle Jesse Mercer, he's a World War I hero. It's the northeast corner of that cemetery. The headstone's got a collie dog on the top of it.
And that's here at Lawn Cemetery.
Damn right in the northeast corner over
And who was that said they saw that?
That's the Inez Roundtree. Now, Uncle Jesse was a World War I hero down there, Croswell. He was in charge of the Collie Dog
Inez
troops.
Roundtree lives here in Cordell?
Huh?
This Inez Roundtree lives here in Cordell?
Lives outside of town on the highway. Okay. And he liberated a French village of Village-de-Loup down there in the World War I.
Phone book, is she?
What?
She's listed in the phone book?
I don't know. It don't make a damn bit of difference. There's somebody down there.
Oh, boy.
Yep.
He's on the run.
He's a little whizzed off.
Cemetery, Jack speaking.
How'd you like a country ass whooping?
Why don't you just come on out and we'll talk about it?
I guarantee you, it ain't nobody going to take a leak on my great Uncle Jesse's grave and then hang up on me.
That hasn't happened, sir.
I guarantee it done. Inez ain't a liar.
That has not happened.
Well, she's seen it.
That has not happened. Do you hear me?
How big an old boy are you?
That has not happened.
Where are you at right now?
That has not happened.
I guarantee you, I'm getting ready to plant somebody back 6 foot under. I got me a pine box full of ass whoop. I'm getting ready to...
Well, you just bring it on out here.
I guarantee you, I'll cart it right with me. How long are you going to be there?
I live here.
You live there?
That's right. I live here.
Well, you're going to be about 6 feet below where you're at right now.
There's no beer drinking going on, and there's never been any graves pissed on for the 2 years I've been here.
Well,
and anybody that says any difference, nothing but a damn lie.
Well, I guarantee. How big an old boy are you? We're going to need us a plot before this is over with. You know that, don't you?
Cemetery, Jack speaking.
Listen, I'll tell you what, I'm going to come by there this afternoon. Are you down there all day?
Yes, sir.
All righty. Well, I'm coming down there today, and I'm getting ready to take care of this one way or the other.
Whatever you say.
Well, I got that uncle down there is buried with his collie dog, Roosevelt, down there, and you've been whizzing on his grave.
What's his name?
My uncle's name, great uncle Jesse Mercer.
Jesse Mercer.
Jesse Mercer.
M-E-R-C-E-R?
That's right. And I was getting ready. How big an old boy are you?
Big enough to take care of this, I'm plenty sure.
Well, I don't know about that.
Well, we'll see when you get here.
Yeah.
You got the to show up.
Well, I don't... And we're going to have to get him back on the phone again.
Cemetery, Jack speaking.
Listen, I decided I called a buddy of mine. I think I'm going to stop by and pick him up on my way out there. He owns a music store down there in Waterford, and I'm going to pick him up and come down there with him. I'm picking Harold up, and I'm coming down there, and there's going to be a tag team event.
Jack, this is Brent, man.
And you're probably calling me on my 800 number too, ain't you?
Yeah, it's your dime. What are you doing down there whizzing on war veterans' graves? I just want you to know there, Jack, it weren't no mausoleum.
Shutdown time costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, final note as we head down the home stretch here on a Monday. I guess the figures are in. We had those back-to-back winter storms that for a time it created some major disruptions across much of the country, as well as certain markets in the Energy Information Administration's February outlook that indeed reflect that. The FMCSA regional emergency that covers some 40 states that were affected by winter weather, still in effect for another few days. It runs through the 20th. The Energy Information Administration said the frigid weather conditions led to a 3% drop in natural gas production in December and January. The first big storm caused significant short-term pressure on natural gas markets, but we expect higher prices in the near term will increase drilling, resulted in higher production later this year, so we can replenish storage, they say. Ultimately, this will result in lower natural gas prices for next year than we had initially forecast. Weather-related events also disrupted the global crude supply, as did the escalating tensions with Iran, which remain very high at the moment. Those are both expected to be short-term effects. They're forecasting Brent crude oil to average $58 per barrel this year and then drop to $53 per barrel now in 2027. U.S. consumption of total distillate fuel oil is expected to increase by 2% this year, then reach record highs there in 2027. Thanks so much for spending some time with us here. Have a great Monday. Enjoy your President's Day. Hopefully you join us back here at the midnight hour Eastern Time tonight. Our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.